Yeah, I don't know when or where you came across Will Wheaton, but you need to like burn any fan memorabilia that you have immediately. Break the curse.
Yeah, so Joe O'Brien would be the Will Wheaton of Glass Cannon. He has the worst fucking luck of any tabletop player that I have personally witnessed, and we got to see it live.
Oh snap! Okay, well, I guess we are all assembled. Let's get into this recap. So, last session began deep underground in the late morning. The party finds themselves at what appears to be an archaeological dig site. Teams of gnomish experts carefully brush dust from ancient relics and decipher ruins, measuring, cataloging, and more as the party kind of looks about this beautifully tiled room filled with hieroglyphs, painted murals, and a large circular black metal door. The party follow Mayor Alini back to his estate, minus Locris, who elects to stay behind and study what he can of the room. Back at Alini's estate, the mayor scribes some rather official-looking paperwork detailing tasks needing done, rewards to be had upon finishing these tasks, all pertaining to various aspects of exploring the temple. And after signing the paperwork, the mayor's personal automaton escorts a gnome wearing gold with gold tattoos across his face and head. They appear, and the mayor convinces the individual to send aid to the dig site in the form of some potions and a few items. The party then makes a quick stop to the local markets, and then back to the mayor's for a timepiece, and then down to the archaeological dig, where they wait. Upon the hour of midnight, the large circular black metal door slides out of the way, revealing several long, dust-covered hallways, and some blazing boots, lit by a nearby fire trap. After discovering dusty prints leading down the leftmost hall, doing a bit of recon with a freshly morphed, now Owl Archie, the party heads that way, soon discovering the corpses of several gnomes, as well as the exploding rune trap that killed them. The party presses on. Peeking in and snooping about a couple of adjacent rooms, the party hides in one while Loga sets off yet another trap, and the party after that makes their way into the final room within this corridor, filled with crates and barrels containing mostly useless items. Logus does manage to locate a barrel of exquisitely fine wine alongside what is later to be revealed as a mimic. The party makes quick work of the mimic, though to the party's dismay, the dying calls of the mimic as it is slain seems to elicit several similar calls from several points within the room. And that is kind of where we are now. So you guys are all in this room together, and as you guys kind of look about, you definitely hear like the shifting of, say, like crates and barrels upon stone. But nothing moves, at least while you are directly looking at it. You can hear things shifting and moving about in this room, but you know, as you stare down one of these three aisles, it, you know, at first it seems to be completely empty, and then as you scan the others and look back to the one aisle you thought was completely empty suddenly has a crate and a barrel that are out in the aisle somehow, and it looks to be like when you are not looking and not looking only, this shifting of this wood on stone. And so we'll turn to the party. What do you guys do at this point?
Renwick will stage whisper, think we should just back out of this one before we agitate him any further. Something tells me the Allcaster's not in here and we've already mapped the room.
There could be shinies in here.
Well, I suppose we could set the place on fire. I mean, after all, if the temple won't burn down, and any magical items will survive the fire.
Well, I think I might have some alchemist fires, a couple flasks, thing somewhere.
Now, that being said, do we really want to waste our time and our resources right now, considering we don't know what the rest of the temple awaits? We've got to map the entire thing, even if we find the Allcaster.
We ditched the hall with all the treasure actually in it where we could see it, and we're going to stick around for a slight possibility. I'm out.
I
And
agree
Locust
with
will
the passive
start backing
aggressive.
towards the door.
Renwick will as well.
Okay, yeah. As you guys kind of make your way out of the room, as soon as you turn your back, you hear more scraping and dragging across the stone floor, and you guys kind of make your way out of the room. Blade, Logos, and Gladier, what do you guys do?
Logos will kind of be standing there. Wasn't this crate in the aisle? Are these things moving? I think we may have more mimics here, boys. Yeah, I'm out of here. And then Logos will start heading towards the door.
I think Glader would kind of like stand near the door and make sure everyone else got out, but he's not sticking around if everyone else is leaving.
Yeah, Blade is 100%. If everyone's ducking out, he's not the one to stand up to these guys solo. So he's gonna kind of respectfully tilt his head forward in a slight bow and make his way backwards out the door.
Okay,
You know, boys, I have to say this is kind of a growing moment for us. We're not really ones to turn down a fight. We're really coming along.
And Archie, of course, will follow along as well.
Okay, so as you guys kind of get out of this room, back out of this room into the hallway, you do hear the slow approaching dragging sound of like wood and metal across stone. But you're pretty safe for the time being. What do you guys do from here? You're just outside this double doors, one with an etched an etched crate, and the other with an etched barrel. Stone doors, sorry, stone.
You think we should
Gladier, why don't you try shutting that door behind us, big guy? We don't want these things following us into the hall.
Yeah, Glader would try and slide the doors back shut.
Okay, go ahead and give me we'll call it a strength check.
Oh, 50. First roll of the night.
I assume we would help him shut the doors.
I was going to say.
Okay, yeah, strength check with advantage.
All right, well, the first one was a dirty 20.
Oh, you grab it easily enough and slam it shut, and as you do, you hear a clicking noise that you can assume is the locking mechanism re-engaging.
Yeah, pulls back out his roll of parchment in quill. All right, so moving on further. Are we taking that center hallway next, or are we going across to the right?
Well, let's get over there and then we'll make a decision. Maybe flip a coin.
To the main chamber it is.
Okay, so you guys kind of return
Carefully.
back down. Carefully return kind of whence you came, making your way back towards down this hall, and you find up on the right hand side as you kind of approach. You find the familiar large black metal door where you had kind of entered this temple, and now you stand looking at a couple of options. What do you guys do from here? You at this kind of T intersection, there is still, you can take a left or continue straight, or if you had just come in from the door, it would be, you could go down the straight hall or take the hall to the right.
Before we go any further, Blade, do you still have that fancy hourglass? I'd like to just know about how much time we have left before midnight.
Oh, I believe so. And I guess he'll pull it out.
Yeah, you pull out the hourglass, and it is of high quality, but all of the sand isn't currently in one side.
Wait, did we ever start the hourglass going? Did we say we did that when we walked in?
I don't remember doing that, to be completely honest.
Me either.
That's a
I
fair
don't think
point.
we did.
We will start the hourglass now. Can we roll a check to see if we could estimate the amount of time we've been in the temple?
Yeah, give me just a straight intelligence check.
I'm going on that. Oh, no, I won't.
God damn it.
So that's a 4 for me.
That's a
Much like
that's a
Dakota,
4 for
Renwick
me
has no
too.
sense of time.
Glader was too focused on making his map. He does not remember how long it's been.
I've just been staring at this sweet owl.
I rolled a 9, so it's 9 o'clock.
Wow. Yeah, somewhere between 20 minutes and an hour. You're not sure. Somewhere, some sort of time frame in that neck of the woods.
Logus rolled a 16. Sorry, I thought I was unmuted.
Oh, Logus, you're a better judge of time. Being the older of the group. But yeah, it's just shy of an hour.
Okay, yeah, I only rolled a 9.
I think we've been down here for about 10 minutes or so, it feels like. So if we start it now, we should get a good estimation. Just cut a few minutes off, give or take.
That being said, Blade will go ahead and kind of turn the timer to start flowing.
Yeah, the kind of gold sand and seems to just emanate, like slowly swirl down as if it's like encountering obstacles within the hourglass, but it is not. As it spirals down towards the base, the timer's ticking.
That was embarrassing.
Do you want to send Archie down each hallway a little bit to see what you see before you just pick one?
I suppose it's the safest. So are we back at like the main, like when we entered in through like the doorway into the dungeon?
Correct. You guys are, as if you just walked in, you have already kind of went down the leftmost path, but there is still like a straight path and a path to the right. Two corridors, dark and equally dusty.
Blade will kind of look at Archie perched on his shoulder, and be like, which way do you think? And maybe Archie will kind of point maybe towards the right side.
Okay. And so you send him flying down the corridor to kind of scout ahead?
Yep, he'll do so cautiously if he can, and kind of like before, just kind of surveying.
Okay. As Archie kind of makes his way, flying silently down this dark corridor, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, it's different for the owl. +3. Okay, sorry. That's going to be a 7.
Okay, so Archie kind of glides through the darkness, and you kind of warg into his eyes and see what you can see. And as he makes his way, the hall goes straight for some time, but it does eventually come to a sharp left. And Archie glides around the corner easily, and then finds what seems to be an even longer hallway. As he kind of glides through the darkness, you see a door to the left, and then another, and then another, and then suddenly, without warning, you lose your connection to Archie. He is destroyed.
Oh. Blade will kind of step back and just kind of drop to it, maybe, drop on his butt and just kind of go, uh, seems like I've lost Archie.
Well, I don't want to be that guy, but it's kind of good that we know there's something down that way we should be careful of.
Yeah.
Blader will kind of walk over and grab Blade's wrists and help him back up to his feet and give him a pat on the back. Yeah, right there.
I'm good. I think Archie will probably be pissed off later, but it seems that this hallway goes down for a little ways and then banks a left and goes even longer. 2 doors on the left, and before I could see any more, Archie was gone.
All right, so I mean, I think we can assume every hallway down throughout this temple is going to be dangerous. So it really is just picking and choosing which danger we want to face first. So left is bad, or no, sorry, right is bad. Center is probably equally as bad, if not worse. I mean, I can only assume the center hallway goes towards the centermost main portion of the temple, so that's probably going to be the most heavily protected and fortified. So I think it's all going to be pretty bad.
I think at least we have the benefit of knowing what general area, if we go right. If we go left, we're pretty much going blind. But if we go right, I mean, at least you know the spot Archie died, and we could be on the lookout up to that point.
Yeah, I agree. And we're trying to map out this entire temple anyway, so I mean, might as well. We know shit's gonna hit the fan, but at least, like Logus said, we know around what area the shit will start hitting the fan.
Yeah,
Well,
perhaps.
Lead the way.
in Archie's
Blade,
honor.
do you know? Could you tell what happened to to Archie? Did did it just go black, or did he see something, or what happened?
It's up to GM discretion, but I will say I probably saw nothing with that low perception roll. Probably just popped me right out.
You saw 3 doors on the left, but you did not see what happened to Archie.
3 doors on the left. Yeah. I mean, we could probably, at least we saw what happened or what's down the next, or the hallway on the right. Could maybe once we got down there, and if we just kind of explored a little bit, I could maybe resummon Archie, but it's going to take some time.
Well, down the right we go, Captain. Shall we? Me and you up front.
You're the eyes, and I'm the tentacles, I suppose.
But just on the way back, I do need to grab another foot. I threw mine in the death room, and they are good trap finders. So on the way back, when we passed the gnome like bodies and stuff, Logus would have grabbed another hand or foot. Doesn't need to be a foot.
Okay, give me an investigation check. See if you can find a whole one on these twice exploded bodies.
Investigation. That is a 16 plus 1, 17.
You managed to come across a hand. You know, it's missing a finger, but you find one.
All right. With my hand in tow, I will set down the right path.
Okay, so as you guys are kind of going down the hall, go ahead and tell me, set me up a marching order. How do you guys kind of travel?
I would think we would go similar fashion. Logus Renwick up front and then space out from there.
Yeah, I think he and I are both like like essentially I'm looking at floor and walls. He's like looking ahead. We're trying to keep an eye out because I'm hoping to catch and disarm anything that we come up on. Specifically, like when we get closer to those 3 doors, since we saw Archie get nailed by something.
And Glader will take up the rear again.
I think last time Locris and I were kind of staggered. I think, was it 10 feet apart?
Yeah, it's about 10. Well, as far to the sides, really, as we could, but like a good 10 feet front back.
Okay, yeah. As you guys kind of make your way down the hall, Logos and Renwick, it can be some perception checks as you forge a new path.
It's an 11 plus 10, 21.
Got a 13.
As you're kind of making your way down this path, you are only 10, maybe 15 feet down this hallway. And Logos, you reach out and stop Renwick from taking another step. In Renwick, Logos kind of points out to you there is the faintest. It's so thin, it's incredible. It is almost could have been mistaken for a strand of spider web, but there is a very very small, very thin tripwire set across the hall.
Should I throw the hand?
I wouldn't throw the hand. I mean, we see the tripwire here. I can just try to disarm it. Save your hand for a later time. And also, thank you. My eyes aren't really that great down here. And I will attempt to disarm the tripwire trap.
Okay, go ahead and give me we'll call it a sleight of hand, with your tool proficiency.
He'll lean down to work on this, and then he'll immediately turn back and be like, it's probably best that you take a few feet back.
Nonsense, Captain. If worse comes to worse, you can use me as a shield.
Well, if you insist, and then he just goes right at it.
But Logus does still back about. As Renwick's like walking up, Logus would give that little speech, but he won't follow it. Probably stay back like 30 feet or so. That is, if you can make it back in time. I hope you're fast. I've taken a lot of damage.
So you move like 20, 30 feet back?
Yeah, after I like spot out the wire and stuff, he'll start moving up, and Logus will kind of stay back a little bit.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've taken some pretty good hits so far.
All right. Let's see. That's a dirty 20.
as you're carefully trying to maneuver your tools around to get this wire just right to where you can potentially disarm this trap, you get it to the point where it's got a little bit of give. You just got to give it just you're almost there, and then the worst happens. The strand breaks, and for a moment there is nothing. You kind of look around, and then seemingly out of nowhere, something innocuous, something not such a big deal at the moment, but Renwick, something seems to sting you right in your neck, like a bug, a mosquito, a small bite. It's kind of at first you reach up and you instinctively and kind of grab it, and what you have in your hand appears to be a very, very small silver cylindrical tube with a needle point. And go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that'll be fun. Let's see. +4. All right. That is a 10.
Is that something you could use your inspiration for?
Oh, that is a fair point. That was a D8, right?
D6 from the pool,
okay.
but yes,
I'm
you
not
can
gonna
use
burn
it if you'd
then.
like.
I don't think this. Even if I hit a 6, I don't think I'm saving this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so Renwick, shortly after you get this small, like little dart seeming to find its way to you, much like a mosquito or a bug would, as you're kind of looking at it in your hand, kind of inspecting it, a lot of things happen at once. You become weak in the knees, and you immediately fall to the ground and begin vomiting. Not only this, but your muscles seize up, your toes, your hands, your tentacles, your wrists seize up into themselves. The party kind of watches on as Renwick seems to just be kind of having spasms, seizing up on the ground, foaming at the mouth, like not able to really maneuver or be himself. Renwick, you take 35 points of poison damage and currently have the poison status effect, and are currently prone and for the moment restrained, as you can do nothing but at this point in time vomit profusely.
Who has the antidotes?
You said 35 damage.
Correct, 35 damage. And Gladiator, you're about 15 feet down. You barely started trekking. In fact, you probably didn't move from the doorway while you're waiting for your party to get a little bit ahead of you to pick up the rear. Like, it was only 15 feet down the hall.
Okay. Shit. I think Renwick has the antidotes.
Well, Logus will run up to the captain, and he will hold his tiny little body ever so gently, and I'll cast Lester Restoration on him.
Okay, yeah. The you notice that as you kind of run over to Renwick, where this little dart kind of hit him in the neck, it looks like black veins have spread out from his neck and up his side of his head, and are thoroughly spreading to his body. And as you cast this spell, you notice the poison seems to retreat, at least for the time being, and color comes back to Renwick's face, and he is able to do more than curl up in the floor and retch. Renwick, you feel like absolute shit, but you have returned some body function.
Oh, that was certainly not the funnest drug I've ever taken. And he puts his tentacle hand on your face to thank you.
Oh, you don't need to thank me, Captain. And Logus will pop open a health potion. Did it hurt? Do you need one?
Oh yeah, yep. That definitely hurt. You can just go ahead and pop that right in my mouth.
Logus will kind of cradle him like a baby, and just still slowly put the health potion in his mouth.
Renwick will nuzzle into you.
He's very, very tender right now.
It's
the rest of the
bonding.
party's
We're
just kind of
bonding.
looking on.
Yeah, Blade's like, this is a little awkward. Maybe looking at Glade.
And after he's finishing drinking the health potion, Logus will give him a little kiss on the forehead. Sleep
Was
well,
that
my
just
prince.
a potion of healing? So, 10 health?
You want me to roll it out?
No,
I
you can
think
take the time and drink it proper and get the maximum benefits.
Yeah, just a regular. I had it because I got a few. It was just a standard 2d4
Yeah,
plus 2.
it's 2d4 plus 2. I'm going to go ahead and pop one of my own as well to get 20 health back. Actually, I'm going to pop 2. I want 30, 30 points back, just given that I don't feel like dying tonight. And thank you for the potion and the lesser restoration. You are a saint.
And Logus will kind of call back to the party, let him know that the captain was stabbed into that basically the trap, it seems to be set off and all clear.
What was that? I can't see. I mean, I didn't even make it through the doorway, and you guys are already setting off traps. What's going on?
I mean, I was trying to disarm it so you lot wouldn't get hurt, and I put myself on the front line there. If you'd like, we could just put your happy ass on the front and just let you walk right into them.
But I'm doing the map. I need to keep my wits about
Oh,
me.
yeah, sure. Now you're a cartographer.
He just chuckles and walks up to you and puts his hand on your shoulder, and I'll do 5 lay on hands. Heal you another 5 points.
Well, now you can't go being a nice guy when we're talking shit to each other, because now I just feel bad.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're doing.
Yeah, he's got you.
All right. So as the party kind of collects themselves and manages to get more than 10, maybe 15 feet down this long and dusty, dark corridor, you guys travel for some time, 100 feet, 200 feet, and then roughly 250 feet down this hall, a sharp left. As you guys kind of come up to this corner and peek around it, it looks like, similar to what you've seen before, an incredibly long, dark corridor. However, go ahead and give me some perception checks, Logos and Renwick.
That is a dirty 20 for Logus.
That is a 2 for an 8.
Renwick, you just kind of, you notice, for the first time, you did quite a number on your own shoes. There's quite a bit of vomit there. Logos, you notice about 40 feet down this, after this turn, on the left-hand side, there appears to be another stone door.
Similar to the ones on the opposite hallway.
If you would like to get closer and inspect it, you can.
Logus will kind of just, tell the party what he sees. It seems to be somewhat similar to the other hallway. There's other stone doors down here, so I guess we go down and check it out.
Blade, does this seem like around the spot where our poor little friend Archie met his demise?
So these is the stone door. Is it the ones that are on the left hand side, or is this like a whole different door that Archie didn't even pick up on yet?
As far as you know, Archie made it past 3 stone doors on the left and then disappeared.
Okay.
So we haven't seen these 3 stone doors yet?
As you guys kind of coming around this corner, and Logos kind of points it out to you, Logos can just see the outline of what appears to be the first of these 3 stone doors.
Okay, gotcha. So we're at that hallway. All right, so I guess this is where we start treading even more carefully.
And so Archie, when he was flying, he got, was it like he got up to like the third door and then splooted, or was it like as he approached the first?
He made it a bit past the 3rd door as he was kind of flying down the hallway, and then he splooted, as you say.
Well, Archie seemed to, I lost connection with him as soon as he passed the third door, but it's very possible there could be traps earlier, as seen. And he looks at Renwick.
Well, I think maybe should one of our sneaky observant guys take a little jaunt down the hallway to see if they can figure out maybe what happened to him. I can do a little something that'll make sure you don't just die outright. Keep you a little safe.
Well, I
Logan's
did
just
buy
kind of
those.
Logan's just kind of squints his eyes, sneaky observant. I mean, why don't you just say, Logus, go down the hallway? You know the captain ain't observant.
I mean, that's a fair point. That's why I bought this potion. And he holds up the potion of Owl's wisdom that he bought.
Blade is going to feel bad about owls at this point.
No. Lotus, do you want to sneak on down there? Does everyone think that's a okay idea? I can do I have a spell that, well, it's lower level spell. But it'll make sure that if you do something bad happens, that's gonna kill you. It doesn't just outright kill you. We'll still be able to save you and spare you from dying, for lack of a better term.
Logus will kind of like crack his knuckles a little bit and be like, I've already taken the brunt of the damage so far. I mean, why not keep that trend going?
Oh wait, no, I completely fucking forgot. I mixed up Death Ward and Spare the Dying. Yeah, never mind. That's not gonna work.
Did you just reassure him and then renege on the deal? What the fuck?
Yes, I did. It was not on purpose. I mixed up 2 different spells. Spare the Dying is only when they're already dead. Death Ward stops them from dying. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. You
So
don't know. You don't
he
know
doesn't know
him
that though.
anyway.
Locust doesn't know that. This is all inside of Glader's head. This is an internal monologue.
Okay, so Logos, as you tell me how you make your way down this corridor.
I like to think like you just like tap him on the back and act like you cast a spell, you don't do shit, you cast guidance or something.
Yeah, he'll
Well,
just be like, just pat you on that, like, you got this, buddy. May the gods bless you.
oh wow, I think I feel it. Okay, I got this. Logus would kind of start like holding on, keep a wall to his right, so there's nothing can sneak like on the right side, and then try to get a look from a safe distance if he can, and yeah, he's not trying to get too close to the doors just yet.
Okay. You make your way about 35, maybe 40 feet down this hallway after this turn, and you come upon a familiar kind of looking a stone door. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you kind of approach this door.
That is pretty low for me. I rolled a 16 total.
So this stone door looks to have a large question mark etched into its surface. And where the dot is in the question mark is also where the large keyhole seems to be.
And I can only see the first door from this point.
Correct. As you kind of look around, you cannot currently see any other doors, just the long, dark corridor.
And I'm about 40 feet away from the party right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to move up a little bit more so I can see the second door.
Okay. As you kind of make your way down the hall, go ahead and give me another perception check.
Well, that's much better. It's an 18 on the die for 28 total.
As you kind of make your way down this hallway, Logos, you just before stepping upon it yourself, you discover what appears to be a rune etched in the floor tiles. A rune, something you've seen similar before. The last one down the other hallway exploded on you, but you have definitely seemed to have detected yet another trap. However, from where this trap is laid, you can see the door, the next door. It's about 20 feet, 30 feet away from the trap. And it looks to be, it has a large stone door, and it looks to be like a porcelain mask of a smiling face etched upon it. Also with, a keyhole in the mouthpiece.
Do I get the idea that that is what killed Archie, or not yet?
Archie made it much farther than you did.
All right. Oh, I'm going to get about 40, 45 feet. What I would know is a safe distance from the last endeavor, and I'm going to throw the hand at the trap.
Okay, give me just a raw dexterity roll.
Dexterity is a 15 plus 5 for a dirty 20.
As you land this hand, you toss it out, and it hits this glyph on the ground. Right before your eyes, the entire hallway ceiling just falls. It looks like it is one solid piece of rock etched perfectly to fit in this hallway, and you watch as a couple 1,000-pound boulder of carved stone smashes into the hallway, completely crushing the hand and everything around it for 10 feet. As you guys down the hall hear a loud boom kind of echo through the entirety of the corridor, Logos, you hear the grinding of stone as this trap slowly lifts itself back up to the ceiling, revealing your, just a splatter of viscera where the hand once was.
Luggage would just kind of sit there like wide-eyed, not expecting that at all. So is there a clear way around the trap now that it's reset?
You can tell that, there is one tile on the right, one tile on the left. It would appear to be that the tile on the left is the only safe way around. The tile with the glyph on it does trigger the ceiling trap.
Okay. Logos would call the party down for sure at this point to let them know.
Locust kind of calls out to you guys, and what do you guys do from there? You guys kind of make your way down the hall, and there's a large stone door with a question mark etched into it, and Logos is 20, 30 feet on the other side of it.
It's all good up until this point. There's a glyph. I thought it was another bomb, so I tried to send it up. But instead, what happens is if you step on the right tile, you'll be crushed by a boulder. So I don't recommend doing that. And Logos will like kind of point out the glyph to everyone else so they know.
Okay, yeah, with your help, you can kind of point it out, and it is very faint, a very faint glyph on a very, dusty kind of almost like dirt-covered floor with, even though it's this tile floor, it's definitely hard to see. You point it out and, make sure the party can get around it safely.
Also, so far, I haven't seen the third door yet, but first mark has a question mark and a keyhole. Second door has a smiley face and a keyhole. And then I came across this trap. Haven't seen the third door yet.
As we walk up past the second door, Lucas is going to pull his own porcelain mask out and put it on and stare into the face.
It is similar, a porcelain mask with a smiling face, almost like the comedy, mask from the colleges and things, from like the drama department.
Well, I think this is the party room. Anybody want to go to a masquerade or a rave?
That does sound fun.
But we do have to at least open the question mark door because for map benefits, we need to know what's on the other side. The question is, do we start opening doors or do we find out what killed Archie first?
I mean, I think it's safe to assume what killed Archie is one of these traps. Maybe not this specific one because he was flying, and this appears to be a weighted trigger on the floor, so he might have missed this one. But I have a good feeling it was some other sort of trap.
Well, it's a glyph. It's not a pressure plate, so it could have a range of X amount of feet above it.
That's true.
But Archie made it past the third door before he disappeared, right?
Yeah, and we're just now seeing the second door.
Yeah, he must have ran into something else. We just happened to find a different trap. I do think it's probably in our best interest to just chip away at these doors before we go too deep into this. We know there's a trap further down, but we don't know what's behind these doors. And I mean, we know there's creatures living down here, so I'd rather be aware of what we're passing by in case it comes, back for us.
That's a door number one.
Door number one. And can I check for traps and then check to see if it's locked? If so, I will attempt to pick it.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
$14.
It does not appear to be trapped, but it is in fact locked.
All right. Quail. I guess I'm gonna pick that lock, or attempt to anyway.
Can Blade give him a little bit of inspiration? Double.
Absolutely.
Also, can
Alright.
Logos assist him since he's also proficient in Thieves' Tools and open the other door?
Tell me how you would assist him with. I guess you could like put your ear up to the door and listen.
Yeah, sure. I'm very observant as well.
Okay, yeah, for
All
sure.
right.
Go ahead and make this roll with
So-
advantage, Renway.
Little to the left.
Advantage.
Little to the left, Captain. You hear a click.
First one's a 23. Second one's a nat 20. which is going to be a 28.
It clicks, the tumblers fall to your will without you barely even trying. And this door with the question mark just kind of has a little bit of give. Like, not quite open, but moves just, a portion of an inch. Unlocked, clearly.
Well, we can for sure. This will be the first door where there's really no inclination of what's on the other side of this door. My bad. I kind of accidentally flushed the toilet. Um, so we need to be extra careful here. We have zero idea what's on the other side of this door.
Well, that's a fair point. And Renwick will push the door open and just take one of the ever-burning torches, and he'll mage hand it into the room to try to get a decent look at the room.
As you open the door and get a good look, upon opening the door and looking in, you see a room that's a bit bigger than some of the rooms you have encountered previously. And in the center of this large room is a pyramid made of skulls that stands 30 feet high, atop of which, looking down upon the party with vision that literally pierces the darkness with a beam of light, is a sphinx. This large, lion-like creature stretches and bats its wings a bit as it comes to a sitting position. It seems to glow with a dim, divine light that seems to be barely illuminating the room. With a booming voice, "It's been some time," it calls out. "Know that if you enter here, you will be agreeing to play the game. And the game is this: answer my riddle correctly and receive a reward, freeing me to return to the divine realms. Or answer incorrectly, and I will have to add your skulls to my most fine and quite comfy layer accommodations. The choice is yours." And he kind of casually begins licking a paw as he looks towards the door and the party.
Oh, I mean, I'm going to be the first to admit that I'm not the wisest person, so putting my neck on the line there to maybe answer a riddle seems a bit risky.
Well, on the murals before we entered in, the third mural was the Sphinx standing on skulls with the Arachnid man down at the bottom. So I'm sure whatever's going on, this is a very pivotal thing.
Well, it seems pivotal, but the question is, do we have to enter and answer now? I mean, if he's trapped in there, it seems like he's not going very far.
No, if it's my understanding, Mr. Finks, we don't have to play unless we enter the room, right?
Yes, the choice is yours.
Yeah, so as long as we don't step into the room, we could always come back. That is a lot of heads, gentlemen. I don't know if we're quite ready to do this.
Well, I mean, if he's not going anywhere, what's the harm in opening door number 2? Just see what we're contending with.
But on the other hand, what if the reward he's talking about is what we seek? I mean, we could.
We've got to catalog the entire temple, so
I mean, we don't
what's the
have
harm in opening another door?
We need the artifact that we came for first and foremost. And I mean, this damn temple is not going anywhere. We could always do that after we save millions of people.
Well, I mean, when you use logic like that, I guess I can't fault you. And he will step back and gesture for you to enter the room.
Mr. Sphinx, is there anything you can tell us about this reward? Or do we just have to play and see?
Give me a persuasion check there, Logos.
Well, that's going to be a straight roll for a... not bad, 15.
He kind of looks, towards the door. Says, "Well, I can tell you this: that answering my riddle or besting me in combat will lead to a great reward, but I cannot reveal any more than that. So, you care to play, little elf?" He kind of licks his chops and sits up, kind of more attentively, staring at the door.
I would be lying if curiosity was not peaking right now, but we do have a mission of sort down here. That is kind of pressing at the moment. So I'm really not quite sure what we're to do. And he's gonna look back at the group. What do we do?
The lion or the sphinx kind of stretches and yawns and seems kind of disinterested. "Well, I've waited eons. I could wait a few more years for your testicles to drop there, elf." He kind of growls and goes back to lounging on top of this temple of skulls.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Things he's funny. But you are quite intimidating. You are sitting on a mountain of skulls. My testicles have dropped, sir, but um, I just don't want to make any decision. Guys, please help me make a
"Oh,
decision.
play or go away, little elf. You're ruining a great nap."
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. And Logus will finally take a step back. The Sphinx. He's actually kind of funny. He did make a joke. What are we going to do, guys? Reward sounds great, and if we just solve the riddle between the five of us, we don't have to fight it. But if we get it wrong, I don't know if we could beat a Sphinx.
Well, since we've already disturbed his cat nap, and it seems like this is rather integral to the temple. The five of us have figured out some intelligence-based traps in the past, have we not? And he gives like a half-hearted grin and just kind of like shrugs toward the door.
Yeah, but Captain, might I remind you that the last time we played a game, we set loose some sort of what I would only assume is some eldritch being that is now loose upon the world. Um, playing games has not been good for us in the past.
To be fair, we did win the game.
Yeah, you
And that's
also killed most of us.
I
Well,
didn't.
no, we
Yeah,
killed
no,
each
everybody
other.
stabbed everybody. Like, let's come on. We all make
I think
mistakes.
you, I
Trial and
think you
error, right?
stabbed. Weren't you the last person standing? I think you've stabbed more than the others.
Blade is going to look at Gladiator and just glare.
Yeah, Mr. Voice of Reason, what do you think? You're awfully quiet for being the moral compass of the group.
I mean, I don't know anything about this Sphinx. I can't justify running in there and killing it outright. Like you said, you could best it in battle or we could beat it in wits. So if it was up to me, I'd take the wits prior to just charging in and killing it because don't know anything about it. Um,
Those aren't the only two options, Glacier. We could just keep walking. We don't have to go in there.
I also see the reason in continuing to explore and then maybe coming back here and trying to solve his riddle. We don't know that he has what we need. He could just have, his reward could just be
A handshake.
You know, a handshake or a potion or something. It's not necessarily what we need for our current mission. As you said, trying to save a bunch of people.
Well, look,
But
the Sphinx
Locris,
was up on these murals, and it seems like we're not going to have to fight him if we can figure out his fucking riddle. And let's be honest, if we're going to have to fight him, we should probably fight him before we trip over a bunch of other traps and use all our resources just trying to survive walking around this fucking hellhole. So, we might as well just do this now. That's
well,
our best shot.
if we do go in, it does have to. It has to be unanimous across the group that we go in. This place is obviously important if they have murals on the outside, like Locris said, of this. So, I mean, this is obviously somewhat important. So if anyone in the group objects to going in and playing his game, then now's the time to speak.
Yeah. If you want to go in now and try and figure out this riddle, say aye. If not, then stay quiet.
Aye.
Let's just go in. I'd rather die now than to spend an hour searching through more rooms to come back and die later.
That's fair. Blade will kind of step up to Logus, like, and around him, and just kind of look at the Sphinx, the Sphinx, and just. So, are you trapped? Are you trapped here?
In a sense, yes, I am.
And to release you, we'd have to either best you in combat or solve this riddle.
Correct. Either way works for me. I have been tasked with a duty. A bit of knowledge remains hidden from the world, and I guard it. But, it's only in an avatar form. But one less duty, one less thing I could potentially, free my time with and move about the divine realms more freely. All this duties and things for the material plane. You lesser folk, you barely live, before you die. It's sad, really. Been alive eons, watched countless civilizations rise and fall. And your kind still perplexes me very much. He kind of looks at you curious and licks his chops.
Can I do an insight check? I kind of want to look at his first off, like just general like physical appearance, and then also kind of like the way he's talking, because I kind of want to try as best as I can to ascertain it. Does this seem like an evil entity or kind of neutral? Because he sounds kind of neutral, but he also could just be fucking playing us. So just by like appearance and maybe how he's like his how he's talking, is it like more like just kind of like a god above everyone, just neutral? Does like we're just ants, or is he like actually evil?
Yeah, the
Go ahead
consultant me.
Go ahead and give me an insight check for sure.
And I'd also like to take it one step further. I wanted to ask him a question and then insight. Sphinx, do we have your word that if we solve your riddle, there will be no bloodshed here?
I
Then no harm will come
cannot
to me and my
promise that
friends.
you won't die in the temple, but I can promise you this. A riddle, the answer to my riddle would suffice. I would be able to leave this particular avatar behind and perhaps bestow a bit of, something great upon you as well before I part from this realm.
I got a 17 on the die for an 18 insight.
I got an 11 plus 7 for 18 insight.
Hey.
So the two of you kind of gauge, well, Gladier, you gauge that from what you have read, from what you know about divine creatures, and being a paladin, you would have probably came across some sort of, thing about like other planes and the higher planes, the more divine planes. Sphinxes are commonplace there. They're definitely not from the material plane, and for the most part, for a sphinx to even exist in the material plane, it is like through like a great series of like prayers or even like divine intervention of some sort. Like you're sure that this creature is from the higher planes, and he doesn't actually radiate evil at all. In fact, you get like an overwhelming sense of like goodness about this particular beast.
Okay.
Logos, what were you trying to glean exactly?
If he was being truthful in the fact that if we solve the riddle, that no harm would come to us.
You can kind of gauge that you gauge that he's being truthful. He doesn't really have a reason to lie to you at this point.
Yeah, I think after Glader kind of gleams what he did, remembering all that stuff and just seeing him, and also Renwick and Lokris, in like Blade was on the fence, but two of the other people were like, yeah, yeah, let's do it. Glader just takes a single step into the room. Guys, I think it's it's a risk, but I don't think this thing is evil.
As you take a step
Oh,
into the
good luck, big
room,
boy.
as you take a step into the room, Gladier, his eyes like he goes from being like lazily kind of lounging about to like he flips around, like his head snaps to attention to where you are, and like through the darkness, even though he seems to be like emanating this glow that illuminates the room, through his eyes are like beams of light, and these two beams of light just lock on you, and he stares at you, and you hear like a low rumble, a low growl that seems to like reverberate through the skulls as he kind of stares at you.
Blade is going to kind of chime in and be like, well, to me, from what I've understood, it seems like this isn't a place that you really desire to be. Um, Maybe you have other things you are looking to do, and this is maybe something, maybe we could help each other out. Uh, Perhaps if we help with this or do this riddle per se, maybe you could give us a clue and help us to help you get out of here.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check there, Blade.
Natural one for a 12.
He, without moving his eyes from Gladier, he calls out, not to any of you, but to Gladier. So, do you take this challenge alone, then?
He
Gladier looks
does
back and
not. And Locris walks in.
Logan should
Blade
have been
will.
like giving a thumbs up to Gladier and seeing everybody walk in. This is scary, and he'll step in. But when Logan steps in, he immediately wants to. We exit here if we choose to, or so once he would have stepped in, he would have tried to see if he could just step back out just to see.
You step in the door, and you go to step back out, and the lion upon the temple roars, and he warns, "You cross that threshold, and I will kill everyone in this temple immediately." He jumps down from his skulls and walks straight up to Gladier, and he is towering over Gladier, and looking down upon him. He's his whole like head and mane and blazing eyes just locked on Logos.
Right. Sorry. Didn't mean to offend. I was just curious. That's why we're in here. We are curious people. Sorry.
Blade will look up and be like, "Let's start with a riddle. Let's play your game."
Yeah, I think we're all in for it.
Speak for yourself. I haven't entered the room yet. But I will. I walk into the room. I'm not going to let them do this alone.
As you guys all kind of enter the Sphinx, his mood flips like a 180. He goes from like this towering, kind of intimidating presence back to that of like the common like house cat. He says, "Good, excellent." And he prances from very near Gladir back up this little pyramid of skulls to rest atop it, and stretches out firmly and kind of looks to the party. And with a wave of his paw, the door slams shut behind you guys. He says, "Well, it is only fair that I guess we all know the rules of the game. So, it is, it has been some time, but you get one guess. You may take as much time as you need. But if you get it wrong, I will attack you, and I will render you from your flesh and add your skulls to my fancy little pile here." He taps it and, kind of bats a skull back and forth playfully like a cat might, a house toy, and kind of turns back to you. So, are we clear? You may have one guess. Take as long as you like. It doesn't matter to me whether you die of starvation or I have to come down there and eat you. But, any questions before we start?
Logus will raise his hand.
The cat, rolls his eyes and kind of looks over to you. Yes, elf.
Is it one guess for the group or one guess per person? Just to clarify.
He kind of scans over the lot of you and then back to Logos, and he says, "Are you not the Sands of Justice? One entity? One entity, one guess."
So you have heard of us.
I see many things from many places.
Hey guys, I know this is kind of it's kind of crazy right now, but that's fucking cool that this thing has heard of us.
I know, right? I'm trying not to geek out.
So, well, it is this. He kind of stretches and sits proper, looking much like a house cat right before it pounces, as it seems to study each and every one of your movements, just kind of peering at you, very predatorily like. But he does eventually clear his throat and say, "The riddle is as follows. I have cities, but no houses, forests, but no trees, and rivers, but no water. What am I?" He kind of...
It's a map. It's a fucking map. Does that sound good to you guys? I think that's actually a map. I'm not good at riddles, but that just came to me, and that fucking... I think I got it.
Captain, I would tend to agree, but that was my first guess. But God, I'm just so nervous.
Well, no, I'm terrified, but for some reason, I genuinely think I actually understand this.
Well, I mean, the last time we overthought one of these riddles, we stabbed each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. I don't want to stab you.
That is a very solid point. We really overthought the shit out of that one.
I mean, it makes it
don't think...
no trees, rivers, but no water. Matt?
I don't think board games have really been invented, so there's no risk or anything like that. So I think we're pretty safe on maps.
Map sounds good to me, but I mean, should we take his temperature or something? He seems a little delusional.
I'm sorry. I'm rarely the smart guy in the room, and for once, I actually had a moment where it lined up, and I think I might be right.
Just in case, Mr. Sphinx, um, if in your rules you didn't say anything about preparing for some ensuing potential combat. If I cast a little healing spell on my friend here, are you going to be offended and attack us, or can we still answer your riddle after just make my friend feel a little better?
If you had done it without saying anything, I probably would have just recognized it as a healing spell. But since you've made it weird, if you cast any spells, I'm going to eat you first, for sure.
Well, Gladiator, who are you trying to heal?
No, it's fine. It's not too
Alright.
big a deal. It was
Because
just
I picked these berries outside, and they're quite delicious. Maybe whoever needs them would enjoy the food.
no, it's just getting too weird now. I think we should just answer the riddle. I'm
Who
made it
am I
weird.
giving the
And now
cup?
it's getting more
Who
weird.
am I giving the berries to?
I don't.
No, just shut the fuck up.
I don't think it's awkward to eat snacks in front of the Sphinx.
Yeah, we're
I mean,
thinking of a riddle. Renwick, do you need a berry?
No,
Have we decided on the
it's
answer?
now really the time.
Maybe we should just answer.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Redwick
you know
just
what?
stands up and goes, "Maps."
I'm gonna eat my berries first because I'm down 10, so I'm gonna eat all 10 berries.
As his eyes kind of flicker straight to Renwick, and he says, "So, your answer is maps?" As
God, I
he
fucking hope so.
This sphinx leaps from the top of this pyramid of skulls, crashing in towards the direction of Renwick. And as it hits the ground near him, almost upon him, it splinters and explodes into stardust and just fills the room with a flash of light. And as your eyes adjust, the room seems to be as it was, except for where the Sphinx had landed and almost crushed Renwick. Straight in front of him is a large platinum chest.
I check it for traps.
Does that mean we got it right?
Logus would like to make a
Perception kills
perception
you.
check.
You still have inspiration, maybe, Renwick.
Yeah, go ahead and give me some investigation and perception checks, I guess.
Can I make an insight check to see if we're still alive?
Yeah.
That investigation's a 5.
I got a 24 perception.
Glader's gonna stand in front of Blade and hold out his shield, kind of putting his body and his shield between the chest and Blade.
Blade will kind of spin around and put his back to him and just drop to the floor and pull his lute out and start tuning it.
Nice. With that, Renwick, doesn't appear trapped or locked. And Logos, as you kind of, take a look around the room, it does appear that the Sphinx is gone, and the treasure chest is exceptionally ornate. It looks to be crafted, by an unfamiliar architecture. You'd know elvish work or dwarvish work. This is some other realm, perhaps another plane of existence. But yeah, this chest is very large, looks to be very heavy, and also looks to be made of some kind of platinum and heavy stone.
Renwick will turn back, wink at the party, and then throw the chest open.
Death saving. No, I'm just kidding. So as you throw this chest open, a shining light kind of bursts forth from it. And Renwick, you lay your eyes upon a series of items that are in the bottom of this chest, and somehow, some way, taking these items out of this chest in this way, you are fully aware of what they are and their magical properties. Renwick, within this chest, you remove a chime of opening, a decanter of endless water, a lantern of revealing, and a spell scroll of telepathy.
He will
And glad-
attempt to pocket all 4 items for himself and pretend there was nothing in the chest.
You guys see
around his
Renwick
shield.
open the chest and just start loading his pockets up.
I know, right? With us actively watching him.
I swear, there's nothing in here. I don't know. He said knowledge, and it's empty, which must mean his head was empty. No. All right, here. There
Are you
were
Jimmy
many things.
Jimmy in your pockets, Captain?
Oh, no, I've got an itch. It's an itch. And he will obviously show the items to the party, so that we can figure out what to do with them.
Well, I think either you or Logris should hold on to the chime of opening. Do we want to split these now, or do you just want to put them in the bag of holding and split them when we get out of wherever the heck are we still in the same room and the Sphinx is just gone, or
Correct.
did we get?
You are still in the room. There is still a skull pyramid here, but the Sphinx did slam the door shut. So currently, you guys are in this skull pyramid room. But aside from the skull pyramid itself and maybe some wall torches that have long been burned out, there's not a lot in this room.
Well, it seems like we've got some time. If you want to pass those out to whoever needs them.
Well, if I might be so bold as to say, you should probably take the Lantern of Revealing, because it essentially will allow you to see hidden items and creatures. And since you're usually the eyes of the party as we're moving down these hallways, that's probably best in your hands. And then as for the chime of opening, it's really whoever feels like opening the doors. I mean, we've been picking the locks and whatnot, so I suppose we could technically save the chime for the locks that we can't seem to make our way through. So we could just throw that in the bag of holding, or give it to Lokers. He's also got a bag of holding. The decanter of Ventless Water, I mean, that's got plenty of uses, but none down in this chamber that I can see of for the moment.
I mean, sound logic to me.
All right, so Logus, take the Lantern of Revealing. Chime of Opening we'll give to you, Lokris. I'll throw the Decanter of Endless Water in my bag of holding. And anybody want the Scroll of Telepathy specifically?
I'm not really one to. Well, maybe my Christmas. I'm not normally the one trying to ask too many questions of people. I don't know. Who's our main interrogator kind of thing? Because that's probably a good.
Well, the interrogator would probably be Logris since he's the most brutal out of us, but it also can be given to the ones who sneak ahead the most in case something happens.
Yeah,
Well, to
I
be
was.
fair, I'm not usually the one doing the interrogation. I'm just the one pointed at if the interrogation has to take a certain right turn.
I'm thinking of um, detect thoughts. I'm confusing everything today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
no,
Sean, mechanically, is it the 8th level evocation spell, like telepathy, so you can you basically create the telepathic link between you and a creature. Is that what this spell is?
It is the 8th level spell, telepathy. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, Blade is typically the kind of the voice or the speaker for the party, so wouldn't it make sense to give it to him in case he has to, I don't know, commune with some other fucking crazy creature that's got itself trapped down in this temple?
I do have a high persuasion.
Does that spell, like, you can essentially, is it kind of like you can communicate with anyone no matter what language they speak? Is that how it works? Do any of us know that? I guess is a better question to not metagame.
Renwick, upon answering the riddle and being the one to open the chest, was granted full knowledge of all of these items. So Renwick would know the details of the spell, and I could like drop it. Maybe one of you guys could get to it quicker, but maybe drop it in the chat or something.
I'm trying to, because I can't remember. I mean, I already confused it with fucking detect thoughts. Till the spawns, you and your target can instantly share words, images, sounds, and other sensory images. Target recognizes you as a creature it is communicating with. Spell enables a creature with an intelligence score of at least 1 to understand the meaning of your words and take in the scope of any sensory messages you send to it. Doesn't say specifically. So I guess if you're trying to like speak actual sentences, it doesn't sound like it's going to translate for you, but you can share images, sounds, and sensory messages.
Yeah, I mean, it says instantaneously share words.
Well, I was just curious because, like, if we came across, I don't know, like deep gnome or something that only knows gnomish, and you don't know gnomish, can you speak to them with telepathy? Because I don't think it automatically translates.
Oh, I see what
You
you're
would
saying.
speak to them by showing them images of what you're trying to
Yeah.
convey. So you could basically, with an 8th level spell, you should be able to convey what you're trying to say.
It says in the wording, enables a creature with intelligence score of at least 1 to understand the meaning of your
Yeah.
words and take in any scope. So
Yeah.
it understands what you're saying. It doesn't have to speak the same language.
Yeah. It might not exactly translate word for word, but I can get the gist of what you're saying, like what you're meaning to imply.
Yeah, that's kind of how I interpreted it. You could speak telepathically to another creature.
So Lucas would have been able to talk to the bullywogs and quit doing thumbs up so they killed each other.
Yeah. Hey, sorry, overanalyzing.
No worries. As you guys kind of huddle up and have this conversation around this pile of skulls, there's not a lot going on in this room at the moment.
So could we potentially take a short rest while we're doing this?
Yeah, you could try.
Oh man, you can
I hate
certainly try.
If you, Blade, I know you needed to do something. If we feel that we would not be able to complete the short rest, I can put up the magic hole so you could get Archie back if you needed to.
Well, the door is still closed behind us. We haven't figured that out yet. We're, as far as we know, essentially locked in here right now, alone.
Well, Blade, you're the thick boy. Go try to open the door.
Well, if we're gonna take a short rest so Blade can resummon Archie, I'm not gonna open the door right away.
Blade's just gonna pull out the the brazier. They're bickering.
Okay, yeah, for sure. kind of plop down and begin your ritual.
Yeah, while he's doing that, because I don't really need a short rest. I haven't been hurt or anything. So Glader's just going to walk around the room to make while everyone else kind of resting and stuff, to make sure that there's no other entrances or exits into or out of this room. And then also just kind of keep a general eye out, kind of, take and watch while everyone else takes their rest, because he's feeling good right now.
Okay, as you walk around the room, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay. Perception.
If you guys are taking some short rests, you guys can roll some hit dice or whatever.
Roll it off the table. Oh, that's not good. It's only an 11 perception.
And if you're rolling for health for this rest, there is a Song of Rest, so you can take an extra 1d6.
Oh, very nice. With that kind of perception check, the skulls appear to be of various humanoids, and every once in a while there's a weird shaped one. You recognize a few dragonborn skulls, a few tiefling skulls. There's a few skulls of some creatures you're not sure what they are exactly, but for the most part it is just dust and skulls. You do not discover anything particularly of interest.
Locust is going to find 3 of the coolest looking skulls and snag them.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you have a plethora of humanoid skulls, so take your pick. You want an elf skull, a dwarf skull, a dragonborn skull. Go ahead and take your pick.
He'll grab a dragonborn skull and hold it up next to Glader. Just be like, kind of looks like you.
Renwick will put a dragonborn skull on as if he were a Cubone.
Is that really necessary? I mean, that's just disrespectful.
Renwick will puppet the mouth and just repeat everything you're saying.
Blade will be like mid-ritual and be like, that's just disrespectful.
Can I find a halfling skull?
Oh, for sure. You can for sure find a halfling skull. Easily found.
And just put it on my head, kind of balance it on the top of my head, and then get down on my knees and start hobbling around like a little halfling.
Gladio, that is fucked up. Locust will have a blunt arrow and shoot the skull off his head.
Just sit down and huff and puff.
This shit's all going on while I'm trying to fucking summon this dude.
Like your Blade's fucking focusing on like a complex ritual, and we're just fucking around in the background.
I must say, as a holy man, Gladier, I'm a little disappointed that you would desecrate the body of fallen adventurers like us.
Glader just picks up another halfling skull and chucks it at Pogus.
Oh, I am much too quick for that.
You don't know?
Go ahead and make an attack roll. Give me a
You're much too
D20
quick
with
for that.
a dex save. Or a D20 with your dexterity modifier.
Nah, he's much too quick for that. That's a 7.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't even really try. You kind of throw it wide. Okay, so after a short time of you guys kind of catching your breath, and Blade, your ritual does eventually come to, and with a swirl and a puff of blue smoke, Archie has returned to you once again. I think in the form of an owl again, or did you have another form in mind?
Yeah, probably an owl again, but he'll kind of, again, like before, fly out of the, the fire and just land on Blade's shoulder, but just not make eye contact with him. Like he's pissed off about it.
Clearly irritated Archie appears, resummoned. And so, what do you guys do from here?
Were you able to get the door open? Yes, the leader doesn't want to talk. Were we able to get the door back open, Sean?
As you kind of walk over to the door and try it, it does appear to be locked.
Can I pick that lock?
Can you? Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check.
That's a fair point.
Logan will do the
That's
same
it.
thing. Put his ear to the door and help him.
Okay, yeah, you can make the check with advantage, Renwick.
All right. Fuck me. That was a 3 and a 6, so that's a 14. I definitely don't have inspiration at this point. It's been over a minute. Wait, how long does inspiration last? Is it 10 minutes?
Is it 10 minutes?
That's a played question because I cannot remember. I haven't played a board in a long time.
Sure. 10 minutes. I'll double check it right now.
And if it's 10 minutes, would I be within that 10-minute mark from when he cast it on me when I opened the door?
I'd say you guys took a short rest, so probably not.
Oh shit, short rest. Yeah, never mind that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
he's right.
I spaced on the short rest. Disregard that. So yeah, 14.
Unfortunately, it is not enough. You feel the tumblers clicking and going back and forth, but you can't quite get them in the right order.
Well, Locris, it looks like it's time for you to get that fancy set of chimes out.
Pull out the chimes and give her a ring-a-ding-ding.
And the door opens, revealing the long, dark corridor that you guys were traveling down before.
See, that wasn't so hard.
You know, it makes me wonder. You know, the captain got that riddle super easy. I wonder if he changes the riddle each time, or if those other adventurers couldn't figure out that it was a map.
I have a feeling he changes it, or they're dead. So the fear might have screwed him up.
Or maybe they chose to fight.
I don't know why you would choose to fight that thing. That thing was intimidating as heck.
Yeah, some people have to try to be an alpha. All right, on to the next door. I'm really excited about that room.
Yeehaw. Renwick will go and pick the lock after inspecting it for traps.
Okay, yeah, you guys make your way up to this next door here. Mm-hmm.
Well,
And it is the-
Lugus will also have the lantern of revealing out and lit at this point.
Okay, and give me. I know I threw the item in there, but I don't have a card for it. Give me a rundown real quick on the lantern of revealing.
I have it in my inventory. While lit, this hooded lantern burns for 6 hours on 1 pint of oil, shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. Invisible creatures and objects are visible as long as they're in the lantern's bright light. Oh, there you go. Or you can use an action to lower the hood, reducing the light.
Okay, yeah, for sure. And yeah, so you start your 6 hour, pint of oil or whatever as you guys kind of scan this door. And this door is got the porcelain mask of a smiling face kind of etched upon it, and the lock is in the mouth. And Renwick, what was your investigation check?
It's actually a 19.
As far as you could tell, not trapped, but definitely locked.
That's going to be a 25 sleight of hand.
and you get the tumblers to move your way with little effort. They tink, and you disengage the lock. The door shifts ever so slightly.
And he'll push it open and mage hand a torch into the room to look around.
Okay, so sorry. From what you see upon entering or kind of opening the door and looking in, you notice several running water fountains splashing and collecting water, as well as many benches for sitting strewn about, much like a park or private gardens may have. And as you kind of study the room, it is absolutely filled with humanoid statues. Sorry, excuse me. Filled with humanoid statues doing various deeds. Some sit at benches and look to be mid-conversation. Others gaze longingly into the fountain's waters from their edge. Still others seem to be frozen like mid-stride, conversing with companions as they go. Some of the races you recognize: humans, elves, dwarves, halflings, and so forth. Others you do not. Perhaps you haven't encountered them yet, or they no longer exist. But high up on the walls, as you kind of look about, seem to be balconies carved from the stone, each filled with various stone statues that seem to be sitting on stone chairs, eating and conversing, or looking out to the room from their little stone tables. And as far as you could see into this room, you see these kind of statues everywhere.
Nope.
No, what do you mean, no?
I mean, stereotypically, something like that typically doesn't end well. It's just eerie.
Yeah, I'm banking on something having made people into statues. But I'm still very curious. It's a beautiful area.
So at this point, you guys kind of stare in from the doorway and tell me how you guys, what you guys do from here.
Well, it seems like Locris wanted to go in, so why don't we follow his lead? And Renwick will step back and gesture toward the door.
All right, Locris will put on his mask and walk in and set off a charge of detect magic.
Glader will step in right behind him.
Renwick will go in right with Gladiator side by side.
I guess Blade will cautiously follow.
And Logos, hallway, or
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. No, Luggage would have definitely followed.
Okay, so as you guys kind of enter this room, and Locris, you set off a charge of your detect magic, and you kind of peer around the room, and you are not getting any pings, not from the 30-foot radius or so around you. And as you guys enter the room, it is quite large, and it looks to be, like a park scene that has been sculpted out. There's the splashing of water in the background. This room seems to be blessedly free of the common dust and cobwebs you have seen in the temple up to this point. And just countless statues doing various things you would see people doing at a park.
Would I be able to check out the nearest statue to see if it's looked like it was carved from actual stone or person transformed?
Yeah, you can make your way up to this statue. Go ahead and give me an investigation check as you're kind of eyeballing these statues.
So are these like the fountains? Are they kind of like? Is it like uniform, like how a park would be? Like, is there how many fountains are there? Are they spread like evenly around, or like in the center? Trying to get a visual in my head.
So currently you see three separate fountains nearby. They're circular and round. A couple of statues seem to be, hanging out by one of them. But they're small circular pools of water with like a jet of water coming up out of the center, causing a bit of splashing and whatnot, ripples in the water.
And that's a 14 investigation.
The statue is very well made as you kind of inspect this human female who's kind of on a brisk walk. You notice that the features are very well done, and same with the details. She's wearing jewelry. She's got some sort of clothing that has got pockets, embroideries, and stitching and things. It's whoever made this statue was quite the craftsman.
But I get the impression it was all natural stone.
Correct.
Logus would have been walking with the group, and he'll have the lantern out, and within 30 feet, if there's anything invisible, creature or object would be revealed, and he's just kind of looking around up at the ceiling, trying to get a feel of what's in this room other than the statues.
Renwick's going to draw his blade in his hand crossbow as they walk around, just kind of panning around.
Okay, yeah. As you guys kind of look around the room and in this various directions, everybody go ahead and give me some perception checks.
$21.
22.
Natural 20 for 24.
21 for Blade.
3.
Fucking Gladiator.
Okay, yeah. With that, you, Logos, you notice and Locris too. You guys, as you're kind of peering around, some of these statues of various individuals. One of them, at a distance, you swear moves, twitch a bit. Something like it looks to be a particular kind of humanoid, but maybe not one that you recognize outright. But you both notice it at the same time. Amongst this field of statues, several of them are not statues. They are statue-like, and they are watching you.
Locris, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Surprisingly, yes. These guys aren't made of stone, or if they are, it's very flexible stone. Not getting any magical pings, so we could save this for, them.
That's a fair point. Seems like we've mapped it out. Renwick slowly starts backing toward the exit.
Yes, make our way to the exit and back out.
As we're in the room, do I see anything else in the room other than the statue? Any like isn't do I see anything that piques the interest that would make me want to stay in this room?
Go ahead and give me a perception check as you kind of peer around the room.
Holy moly! I rolled a 18 plus 10 for 28.
There's not a whole lot to it aside from like a very large kind of park scene that's being played out by a lot of these statues. But the statues that you assume to not be statues, the statues you assume to be watching you, you do notice they have distinct features. They are pretty kind of grotesque. They look like to have horns and large wings and tails. And they are just kind of generally not the friendliest looking creatures. But for the most part, that's kind of all you glean.
So there's nothing like else in this room other than these statues so far from what I can tell.
Yeah, from just kind of coming in and walking around the doorway area, you don't see anything in particular. You can go in and investigate the room further if you'd like.
Well, so do the statues that me and Locris have noticed, they for sure are paying attention to us?
Oh yes, you're being watched. You watch them slightly, ever so slightly, shift their position to watch you as you move, blending very well with the other statues, but not quite enough for your keen eye. And they are like winged, and they have horns on their head, sharp teeth, and a maw. They kind of stare at you casually as you kind of move about.
I know it's kind of from a distance, but could I tell what they are? Like, can I try to make a gleam as I see all these other humanoids and these one like winged creature. Um, would there be anything that I can possibly see what the heck these things are?
Yeah, we can call it. Go ahead and give me a knowledge history check to see if you've come across something like this in your past.
History is wow, dude. This dice is so hot. That is another 18, but it's only a +1 for 19.
With a 19, from the lore of the old days back in Nightwood, back in your like kind of scholarly training days, you have heard mention of things of stone, monsters that fly and sometimes terrorize the skies, or dark places within the earth, known as gargoyles, and that is what you assume these to be.
Logos would kind of like stop, now that the party's aware that there might be some danger. Um, Back in my homeland, we're read about things similar to these. I've never actually come across them, and to be fair, to be honest, I didn't know they still existed. But they are winged stone creatures that can fly and terrorize people back in my homeland for a time. I mean, they called them gargoyles or something like that. Um, I've never faced any of these things or something like that, but I've heard of them. So I don't know if y'all are up for a fight or if y'all just want to back out, because from what I've read, these things are nasty.
I'm always good for a fight, but only if there's a reward at the end. This would just be wasting time.
That's logic 5 overheard it, and he continues to back toward the door.
Okay, yeah. So Renwick kind of slowly makes his way out of the room, and what's the plan for the rest of you?
Locris is already out the door.
Yeah, like the room started in for this session. Glader's not going to stick around if nobody else is, so he's kind of slowly backing out with his shield raised and his hand on the hilt of his sword.
Logus is still kind of staying back. Y'all don't want to see what these things are about? I mean, to fight something that may not exist outside of this temple is quite exhilarating. I mean, it might be a thrill of the hunt that's talking to me, but we also don't know what's on the other side of this room. And it's been a while since we've had a good fight, but if y'all want to back out, I'll be with the group once.
Fighting for the sake of fighting is how you end up dead. Fighting because it's to survive or because what we want is a fight worth fighting. Now, you've already taken quite a few lumps, so has Renwick. I don't think we want to waste a bunch of spells right now and energy when we can save it for who knows what, where we actually get progress made as a result.
I mean, you of course have a point, but it's the not knowing what's beyond these things that just itches at the back of my head. I mean, there could be treasures or rewards like we've been finding on the other side.
Well, you're
There's a-
fast. You can hide in shadow. Why don't you just go run and take a quick look and you can report back to us?
As
You
you
know what,
kind of,
how
as you
dark-
guys kind of are talking, you do notice, several shadows and statues seem to have shifted and moved about the room, and there are, many. It looks to be the beings in question are actively moving closer to the door, which you guys have exited.
How dark is the
Um,
room?
Pitch black. There is no light.
and can we? I'm sorry. Can we actually like see like get the full view of the room, or is it like further out? Like we can't see like the exterior wall or the walls on the other end.
You got a pretty good view of the the ceiling and the walls on either side, but the far wall on the far side of the room you did not get a good view of, as the room was pretty dark and Renwick's light source only went in so far. But yeah, you could, and not only that, but several of the statues seem to kind of block direct line of sight, so you might have to go around them.
Could I
Um,
warg into Archie and see maybe the other side potentially, or look?
You could potentially go and sorry, you could potentially go and send Archie into the room if you'd like. Sorry, guys, I disconnected for a second. I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" Yeah, you could potentially send Archie into the room if you'd like.
Yeah, like I mean, even if it was just like perched on my shoulder, if I just like warged into him with like his 120 feet, if I could just like see to the other side.
Unfortunately, from this position, you would have to at least enter the room to see the other side. It's more blocked by the statues and fountains and things.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Blade, I guess, will kind of turn and look to the party and be like, "You think it's worth it to try getting a look in there?" And looking at Archie hesitantly.
uh, um, I don't know much about these things, but if they, seeing as the room is dark, it's safe to say they rely on dark vision. And as you all know, that I'm quite sneaky when it comes to being in shadows. And Logus will like snuff out the lantern and just become invisible because as the Gloomstalker, he becomes invisible to anything that relies on dark vision to see him.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of snuff the light and become invisible to everyone, all of your allies, except for maybe Locris. I think Locris still has a good beat on you. But for the most part, yeah, you are essentially invisible.
Now can I check that? I'm gonna move in just a tad. I want to see if the gargoyles have anything special that they can still track me. I'm gonna try to like move in and just kind of gauge whether they're tracking me or not.
Okay, give me both a stealth check, we'll call it with advantage, and follow that with an insight check.
With advantage, first roll is a 4. Second roll is a 13 plus 8 for a 21.
Nice. Yeah, you blend with the shadows and just kind of creep your way through this room. You don't seem to be drawing any attention. And as you kind of creep by what you know to be a gargoyle, go ahead and give me an insight check.
That is a 17 plus 7, 24.
They do not appear to be tracking you in any way. You see a couple of them kind of hiding and posing, pretending to be statues, and you see a couple more kind of hiding behind a fountain and a bench that kind of seem to be having a low, hushed conversation as they look towards the door, ever curiously, peeking over this bench and this fountain as they kind of try to keep eyes on your party.
Okay, I'm going to then make my way to the opposite side of the room and see if there's anything worth maybe setting something off here.
Okay, as you make your way across the room through this kind of labyrinth of statues and fountains and gargoyles, go ahead and give me a perception check.
That's 17 total.
So you do a good little bit of recon on the room. You walk the circumference of it. You do not see any more doors or anything. It looks there's only one entrance and exit to this room, and you don't find anything of particular value or anything that's offsetting from what you have already found. You see what appears to be many gargoyles sitting and waiting in ambush. Setting up an ambush for your allies should they enter the room. But you do not find anything of note as you kind of walk around. Just some beautiful fountains and some exquisitely carved statues.
Okay, so before Logan starts making his way back, since they're all kind of fixated on the door, I want to take a couple ball bearings out of my bag and just tuck them to the other side of the room, like behind them, so they're kind of divert their attention away, and then start making my way back, just to kind of fuck with them because they don't know I'm in here.
At the first unknown noise, a few gargoyles in the area kind of panic and react. They unleash their wings. A few of them leap into the air, and some of them dive towards the direction of this noise. And they're snarling and looking about. They clearly have kind of blown their cover as they aggressively search for something. They're not sure what. As they do this, it kind of causes a scene. Several of them look back towards them, and you make your way towards the door once more. Go ahead and give me one more stealth check as you go to exit the room.
That is what's my damn stuff mark? plus 8. That is a. Where the hell did my dice go? Oh, there it is. It's a 8 plus 8, 16 total.
And with that, you make it back to the door, seemingly unnoticed as your party kind of huddles outside of it.
Logus would have kind of snuck by a gargoyle and just kind of whispered, y'all gotta really get better at watching what's in the room, as he kind of sneaks past him.
You see like a small ruckus of gargoyles flying about in the far back corner of the room, and a few of them looking both towards the ruckus and then towards the door, unsure of like what to do next. And then we'll turn to you guys. What do you guys do from here?
Logus will kind of rejoin the party and then relight the lantern, revealing himself again, and kind of looking back at the gargoyles and. Yeah, there's nothing in here. These things are kind of dumb. Let's get out of here.
Glader has a passive perception of garbage, so he probably did not hear Logus walking up at all. And then if he just pops up in front of him, like just all of a sudden becomes visible, probably just like lets out a little yelp and just kind of reaches out and tries to slap him. It's like, oh God, no! Sorry about that. You can't just pop out like that out of nowhere. Yeah, let's just go to the next room. These gargoyles are freaking me out.
Buddy, we really gotta get your eyes checked or something. I said I was going in there. How did you?
Yeah, but then
I
you
don't.
came back out of nowhere. You just pop out in front of me, no warning whatsoever.
Locris was watching me the whole time, though. Locris can see everything. I mean,
but is Locris gonna tell me that you're coming back and gonna show up right in front of me? No, he's
I'm pretty
not.
sure
He's gonna let it happen.
if
And he's gonna
something
laugh.
dangerous was coming, I'm sure he would have told you. You big teddy bear.
I'm
Let me
not
get you
sure.
some glasses.
I'm not sure about that. I have glasses to give me night vision, and I still can't see shit.
We need to get you glasses for your glasses. This is ridiculous.
Need
I'm
bifocal.
gonna turn the lantern off and steal his coin purse.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Can I roll against that?
Oh yeah, give me an insight check.
Oh, good luck, buddy. I rolled a 19 on the die.
Come on, natural 20 for a 21. Nope. That's a 12.
Yeah, I have a 19 plus 5 for 24 total.
You successfully swipe Gladier's coin purse from his belt, and he seems to be none the wiser.
And I know Locris is seeing everything, and I'm just kind of like chuckling with him, like, you can't see shit. Like, we could rob him blind right now, Locris. And I'm just kind of whispering around Gladier's ears because I'm invisible to him too. And then I'll just place his coin purse back in his hand and turn the lantern back on.
Logos just disappears and reappears, hands you your own coin purse back there, Gladier.
Oh, that's always fun to mess with you, buddy. Gentlemen, shall we? There's nothing in this room, just a fight.
On to room 3.
Later just falls one defeated.
As you guys kind of make your way down this long, dark, dusty corridor, you do eventually come to yet another room on the left. This large stone door depicts a sword and shield upon it, and in between the two of them is a keyhole.
Before we mess with the door, can I take a couple of steps forward and try to see if I can find where Archie died? Because I know he made it just a little past the third door.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check as you kind of peer down the hallway.
And if there's a trap, I think if it's an object, it would be revealed with a lantern. It's not great. Let's say 5 plus 10, 15,
What's the range on the lantern?
30 feet.
As far as you can tell, you see only a long, dark, dusty corridor.
All right. Well, at least we know there's not something for the next 30 feet that maybe. All right, Captain, you want to open this door?
It'd be helpful if we found a janitor's shack and maybe found one of those key rings because this is getting old.
I think that's what your chime of opening's for, but I can keep picking locks. That being said, point of order, that lantern of revealing, it does shine 30-foot radius and then an additional 30 feet of dim light. So if 60 feet would have made a difference, Sean.
Yeah, but it does specify that if it's within the bright light,
Oh, I'm
it is
sorry.
limited.
Yep. I read right past that.
It's only for the first 30 feet.
My bad. All right. Picking locks. Dirty 20.
It clicks and unlocks with no problem.
So the hallway just keeps going down out of our collective dark vision range.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, we can always send Archie down for round 2. As fucked up as that may be.
So that sounds a little rough, and then I'll push the door open and send a torch into the room with Mage Hand.
Okay, once looking inside this very large room, it looks to be barren, empty, aside from a familiar-looking platinum chest sitting upon the opposite side of the room, up against the wall. Flanking either side of this chest appears to be 2 dusty suits of armor, blades at their side. It looks to be having one hand resting firmly upon their blade, and the other looks to be holding out a ever-burning torch, just kind of, sentried next to this chest. But as you kind of look inside, this kind of very large room is essentially barren. There's nothing but dust and cobwebs aside from this, gleaming platinum chest and a couple of knights suited next to it.
See, now this is worth risking a fight for. Because there's a chest.
Well, not to mention it's suits of armor. It's not like we're staring down some creepy fucking statues that just keep moving when we're kind of not looking at them. This I can get down for. And he draws his sword and his hand crossbow.
Anybody not want to risk a fight?
If there's obvious reward, I'm up for it.
Well, it's not obvious. It could be empty. It's just possibilities.
Would you like me to shoot an arrow at the chest and the off chance it's another one of those fake ones?
Certainly.
So we just got an empty room with a chest across from the doorway and then 2 suits of armor on either side, and that's it?
Correct.
Should I shoot an arrow at the chest or at one of the armors?
I mean, if
How-
anything's going to
How
jump
far
out of it.
across are the armor?
I'll drop a pick, but let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20. They're about 70, 75 feet or so away from the door. That's here. I dropped a pick in the feed there.
So it's just one big open room?
Correct.
Well, maybe
Oh, we could space out. So Do you want me to shoot at the chest or one of the armors?
Well, I'm going
I
with the
would say
assumption that the armors are alive, so I'd hit the chest to see if it's even worth traveling across for.
All right. Logus will knock an arrow and take a shot at one of the chests.
Okay.
I mean, at the chest. Sorry.
All right. Give me an attack roll.
That's a 24 to hit.
Go ahead and give me a perception check along with that attack roll.
That's a 19 total.
So as you fire this arrow and it sails across the room, bound to strike true, just before it lands and strikes the chest, the knight on the right moves with a swiftness that you weren't really ready for, and he catches the arrow in mid-flight, and then snaps it in his hands and returns to his position next to the chest, dropping the arrow to the ground. And with that perception check, you notice as he's reached out and snapped this arrow, something you didn't before. Both of his hands, on both set of hands on both set of knights, they are skeletal. They do not appear to have flesh, but in fact, some sort of skeletal-like remains.
Oh, okay, well, that's terrifying. He just caught my arrow out of the air. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me. Also, I don't know if you can tell those things are not human. Obviously, they seem to be just bones, probably skeletons of some sort.
Well, I don't imagine that they're protecting a chest that's not really a chest, or perhaps empty. So, is everybody down for a little scuffle, or does anybody
Well,
want to call a no?
well, Gladiator,
absolutely.
don't you have something for undead creatures? Because these things are most certainly not alive.
Yeah, yeah, no, I think I can got something that has a good chance of, turning them away. Give us a easy shot at getting into that chest.
And if that doesn't work, I have alternative means. And you see his hand crossbow, the symbol of Yandala, start to glow, and all the gold trim on it kind of faintly starts to glow as well. And he'll activate the effect where his next two shots are radiant damage.
Okay, yeah, nicely done. The crossbow kind of hums with a sort of radiant energy.
Well, how about you go in, try to do your thing, and me and Renwick could potentially try to run up and either lock or snatch whatever's inside before they come back.
That's a really solid plan. I like the sound of that.
All right, yeah. Yeah, no, I can do that.
Later, you go down towards the right. I'll go up left. See if we could draw them away, and then that should give them easy access to the chest. And Blade just helps sing a tune to keep us alive.
Yeah, I do have to get relatively close to them, maybe somewhere within the range of 30-ish feet, but yeah, if all goes well, then I can turn them away so they're at least scared of us and not, giving us some space for the next minute.
Little Chris will enter in and head up left about 30 feet from the doorway.
I think Logos will move up like 20 or so feet, and just get ready to run if Gladiator is able to do his thing.
Okay, so walk me through this. Let's see. Locris, you come in and go to the left 25, 30 feet or so, heading like for the corner of the room.
Yes.
Okay, and Logos, you enter the room walking towards the chest 15, 20 feet or so.
Yeah, so I'll probably just be like straight up on the chest, but not too close because I saw how quick these things are. Yeah, maybe about like 15, 20 feet.
Okay. And let's see. Renwick, how do you interact with this situation?
I'd imagine he's sticking about 10 feet behind Gladiator. If Gladiator's going to turn them, he's going to use Gladiator as his safety bubble to get to that chest.
Okay, Gladiator, where are you at?
I think Locus is going left, or according to the picture, north upwards. So I would just go down to the right side of the room, so downwards on the map. I need to be within 30 feet of them to be able to hit them both. So I just kind of like go on a like 45-degree angle from the door, I guess, and try and get within 30 feet. So 10, 15, 20, 30. Yeah, so I can get like about 15 feet to the right side of the chest and be within 30 feet of both statues, I believe.
So as you guys are kind of slowly entering the room, the statues do not react. They do not move. They maintain their vigilant guard next to this chest. So you find that as you kind of enter the room, Gladiator, you could get to any particular point you would like. You walk right up to them if you'd like.
I think I'll keep a little bit of distance.
Okay, yeah. So I've got you coming in the door at kind of like an angle. I've got you about 30 feet or so from the door, and you want to make sure that the both of these knights are within 30 feet of you, is what you said, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and with Renwick in step, like kind of right behind you, it just leaves Blade. Where do you position yourself, Blade?
Um, I kind of see myself just a little bit more centralized, like maybe just going in the door. So Locris is off to the left, Gladiator is to the rightish.
Well, if he's trying to approach the knights, I mean, Gladiator, you could walk. Like, how far away from these knights do you want to be? Like, realistically, I've got you about 3 squares away from the knight on the south side.
Um, so I think it actually move closer. Um, Maybe just kind of like down. So from the knight on the south side, just south 1 square and then west 1 square. So I'm kind of like at an angle with him and just kind of stand right there. And then I'm going to prepare my channel divinity.
Okay, as you kind of do that, Blade, where would you say you're at?
Gosh, I'm looking at the map. I probably if you like went straight in, maybe like halfway through, like I might be. Oh god, how many squares? 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, maybe like 40 feet in, and uh like 10 feet up, maybe 15.
Okay, sounds good to me. And so with that, you guys are all set up for some kind of situation. And Gladier, what do you need from me as you kind of channel your divinity?
Yeah, so he's just gonna grasp onto his holy symbol dangling around his neck, the kind of weird combination of Hor and Palor. And then kind of call upon their divine magic, and I'm going to turn Unholy, which is a wisdom saving throw of 14, DC 14. And on a failure, if they're undead or fiend, they are turned for 1 minute or until they take damage. So I think that just means I think turned just means they're like frightened of me, essentially.
So I got a 14 on the money and then like a 25 on that wisdom save.
Well, shit. Then that means I think nothing happens if they succeed.
As you kind of let this holy aura wash over them, both of these knights you see like bright red pinpoints appear where their eyes should be, and they both turn their head to you immediately upon you casting this ritual. I need everybody to roll initiative.
Yeah, Glader just as that's happening, they just be like, guys, that it did not work."
Well, talk to one of your other gods. Don't you have like fucking 3 at this point?
Uh,
Gotta collect them all.
13 initiative for Glader.
That's an 18, but I'm gonna go ahead and use my inspiration from the fountain
Okay, yeah.
for a 24.
Very nice. You and Logos at the top of the round. Who's got the better decks?
I'm +5.
Yeah, I'm +5 too. Rollies in chat.
Yeah, why not? Rollies in chat.
Yeah, sounds good.
Right down. God damn it. Oh, no way. All right.
Fucking shit.
Okay, so we got Renwick, Logos, and then who's next up after that?
Blade got a dirty 20.
I got a 13, and then it looks like Logos got a 12 or 8. I don't know where the fuck I got 12. Oh, I rolled a
I
12.
rolled a 7 and a 2 for my initiative, so even with an 8, you guys still beat me out. All right. Well, with that being said, as combat cracks off and these knights draw their blades from their hips, Renwick, you are first to act. What do you do?
Am I within 30 feet of. Sorry, I'm trying to find the photo in chat. It looks like I'm within 30 feet of that one to the south, so I'm going to take 2 shots. with my crossbow of Yandala, and I have the Radiant active for,
Okay.
I guess, these 2 charges.
Awesome.
So we'll see what happens. All right. That's dirty 20 on the first shot, and second shot is a 28.
Well, believe it or not, both hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Alright, it's a d6 plus 6. That's a 2 is 8 plus sneak attack. Oh, wait, is that? That's not sneak attack. There's nobody in range yet. I'm sure he saw me. So just a shot then. So
Yeah,
8 damage on that first one. Second shot's 7 damage. All radiant.
All radiant. And what was the total?
15.
15? That's what I thought. Okay, awesome. As some radiant bolts just kind of blast into this creature, it seems to be, for the most part, pretty pissed off. A wail, a shriek, kind of shrilly echoes forth from it, and it kind of gives you guys goosebumps and a chill down your spine as this otherworldly howl kind of curses out from the abyss. Moving on down from there, Renwick Logos, you're up.
I'm gonna bonus action cast Hunter's Mark on the one that Renwick attacked,
Okay,
and
yeah.
I'm gonna take my 3 attacks at him.
All right, let's make it happen.
First one is a 17 to hit.
Unfortunately, once again, the knight catches your arrow in mid-flight and snaps it in half.
The second one is a 17 plus 10, 27 to hit.
That one finds purchase.
And the third is a 24 to hit.
That also hits.
First one is 12 on the damage plus Hunter's Mark. That's 16. Second attack that hit is 10 plus 5, 15 to hit. So that was 16 plus 15 from the 2 attacks. 31.
All right, yeah. As you've a couple of arrows find their mark and sink beneath the armor, giving a bit of a jolt to this already kind of damaged knight as he kind of looks about the room, making eye contact with you briefly.
And just let me check how we're situated. Logus doesn't want to be standing right in front of them, so he's gonna back up and move to the right. Maybe about 15 feet. Maybe move back 10, like back towards the wall, and move over 15.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of maneuver about.
And that'll be my turn.
All right, Blade, you're up next. What do you do from here?
Okay. I am gonna, I think, do a little bit of movement. Oh, that really doesn't help me. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of movement. I'm going to, I think, go 25 feet south of where I am.
Okay, 25 feet south.
And then I am going to go ahead and I'm gonna try something out. Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna test the waters a little bit here. I'm gonna go ahead and start maybe throwing out a little bit of vicious mockery at this, the one that is on the south side, closest to, I think, Gladier.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and what do you need from me?
So that is going to be a wisdom saving throw from you. As I say, hey, listen up here. Can you even hear me, you thick-headed skull skeleton boy?
Dirty 20.
Son of a bitch. All right. I don't think anything happens.
As you kind of call out a string of insults, he seems otherwise unaffected as he glares in Gladier's direction.
Can I make a separate check to see if he heard me? If that was if he could actually hear it?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Straight roll for me, I think. Of an 8.
You're not sure.
Son of a gun. I'm going to go ahead and, as the final act, go and give my concertina a big kind of pull and just say, Gladier, if you could, blade these skeletals if you would, and I give him a little bit of inspiration.
Very nice.
And
And go ahead.
that'll be it for me. And I will, because I think if I remember correctly, we're gonna have Archie run on the same either before or after me.
Correct.
On
So, on your turn, if you'd like Archie to do something before you take off.
he's not gonna do anything spectacular. He's just gonna stay put.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Would you say he's staying put on your shoulder, or is he flying
Yeah,
about the room?
he is on my shoulder.
Okay, good to know. Moving on down from that, Gladier, you're up. A couple of these knights staring at you as Blade strums his instrument, kind of giving you a bit of inspiration.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I got that one guy right up on me. I think I'm just gonna move into combat range with him and just take 2 swipes at him with my sword.
Easy enough, a 5 foot step, and give me a couple of attack rolls.
Oh wait, attack roll plus a. It's a 16 for the first one.
Unfortunately, it just glances off of his armor.
All right, I'm gonna take that inspiration. Is it a D8 for blade now?
That is correct.
All right. So that's a fucking 1. So does a 17 hit?
It does not, unfortunately.
I will take my second attack. That one's better. How about a 19?
A 19 also glances off the armor, not quite finding
Jesus.
purchase.
You still have your secondary inspiration.
I do, but
Might be better to save.
Yeah, that lasts. How long does that last again? Does that last for a long to our next long rest?
24 hours on the
Oh, just 24 hours.
on the
Okay.
waters that you guys have kind of got a blessing
Yeah.
from.
What do I have for bonus actions? I don't really have shit for bonus actions. Uh, Shit. I did not think a 19 was gonna miss. I wasn't prepared to have to follow up with something. Um, Shit. I'll just do a bonus action cast. Uh, Thunder Smite on. Can I do it on myself or can I do it on anyone? Yeah, it's me. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna bonus action cast Thunder Smite on myself. So the next time I hit with a melee attack, I do extra damage.
Okay, yeah.
I guess it's my turn. Yeah.
All right, moving on down. Locris, from across the room. You're kind of witnessing all this go down. Gladier getting into it with him. What do you do?
I am going to flourish my Morning Star. As he twirls it around, two Eldritch Blasts shoot out at the knight nearest to me.
Okay, great. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
Whew. 16s plus 8 for 24 on both.
That hits both times.
10, 9 plus my so 6. 14 points of force damage.
Nicely done as this, Eldritch Blast just kind of crashes into this knight's armor.
And I'm going to stay completely the fuck back. And then my turn.
Okay, very nice. A nice little fucking round there, fellas. Now for the doom, the doomy doom. um, let's see here. So the northernmost knight will kind of step forward here. Let's see. The northernmost knight kind of takes a few steps towards Blade. He steps out and up from the chest, and in his hand, a flaming orb seems to just kind of generate. And he looks, while holding this orb in his hand, he just casts his gaze over at Blade, and the orb takes off from his hand and crashing into the general vicinity of Blade. Blade, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
Is Blade within 10 feet of me? No, he is not. Never mind.
Dex save. 22.
Oh man, you have no idea how clutch that was. Okay, so as this orb kind of crashes into you, it explodes outward in a weird, like hellfire and black flame. And as it kind of explodes, and you do your best to avoid it, you do still, get caught up in this, like, not only this fireball, but this kind of like tornado of black flame that is accompanied with it. Let me roll this in chat real quick because I don't have that many d6s. So you take half because you passed, but it is 33 fire damage. So you get half of that. We'll round that to 16 fire damage. But also an additional 16 necrotic damage as this flaming hellfire orb just kind of erupts around Blade, scorching the earth around him. Everyone in the room can feel like a wave of heat, and you swear you can hear screaming from somewhere beyond, somewhere in the abyss, as this flame is about in the room and then dissipates.
Yeah.
Yeah, bummer. So, that being said, the knight that moves the additional 15 feet and now comes into melee range with Blade Silverstring. The next knight, let me flip a few pages here. He, while in range with Gladier here, also takes a step forward to better position himself to be doing battle with Gladier. Let's see here. And as he does so, he positions himself, postures for combat, and then without any warning, he takes a knee and throws a mighty punch towards the ground. And as this kind of ripples outward from this wave of power, just kind of ripples across the ground as he does so. I need both Gladier and Renwick to give me Constitution saving throws.
Is Renwick who's green? I can't remember. I'm sorry.
That's Renwick, yeah.
Okay, so he's within 10 feet of me, so you can add a +3 to your saving throw.
Word. And you said con, Sean?
Correct, Constitution.
Fuck me, that's a 5 for a 12.
I got a 10.
With that, this kind of eruption of force just kind of flows out from this being, and it knocks both Gladier and Renwick prone. On top of that, you both take, first of all, 15 thunder damage as the initial explosion takes place. But as you hit the ground and you feel like the shadows in the room are reaching out to you menacingly, and you take an additional 24 necrotic damage.
Can I uncanny dodge that?
You can uncanny dodge one or the other for sure.
Is it not the same attack though? It's like it's two damage sources, two damage types, but from the same source.
I'd say yeah, you're correct there. I suppose we could tally it up and half the total.
What was the total? It was 15 thunder and
it would be 39 total.
39 total. Okay.
Oh, yeah, and I don't have resistances to any of those things.
So as this knight just kind of takes a knee and this eruption of power breaks loose from him, he stands once again and points his blade at Gladier. And with that, we're going to move to the top of the round. Back up to Renwick.
Standing up from prone, just it's half of my movement, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna shift 10 feet I guess back toward the door and fire off 2 bolts from my crossbow. They're just back to normal magical bolts, though.
Okay, give me a couple of attack rolls.
First one's a 13. Second one's a 19.
Both clang off the armor, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right. Well, moving on down. Logos, you're it.
Where are these skeleton things at this point? Oh, you already upgraded.
I just dropped a pic of the map. It's
Yeah,
accurate.
I did.
They are
I
the
just-
black dots.
Hold on. How far am I away from the chest?
Currently, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. It's about 60 feet away.
60. Okay. I am going to move up about 30 feet. Make it 20. Move up 20 feet. And I'm going to take my 2 attacks at the one that I already hit.
Okay, yeah. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
First one is a 22 to hit. Second is another 22 to hit. I rolled 12 on both attacks.
Both hit for sure.
This is the first one is 8 points on the damage plus 6 from the hunter's mark. So that's 14 points from the first attack. Second attack is 10 points on the damage and 4 points from hunter's mark. So that's 14 on the second attack. I forgot what the first one was. So it's 14 second and whatever I said was the first. I think it was 16 or 14. There's 14 twice.
Okay.
Yeah, so 28 points total on my turn. That'll be my turn.
Okay, yeah. As you bury some arrows into this knight, it definitely reacts, kind of poorly, glancing in your direction. And moving on down, Blade, you are up.
All right, so this guy is right up in my grill. I'm gonna try this. I don't know if it'll work, but why not? Blade is going to take out or keep using his concertina here, and once again, just kind of pulling it and extending it to kind of have it wail, just like a. And he's going to attempt to use some of its hidden powers.
All right. So the what is it? Odaluke's charming dance or something like that.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Can you hit me with a little bit of the language of the spell? I have not refreshed that one.
Absolutely. It says choose one creature that you can see within range. The target begins a comic dance in place, shuffling, tapping its feet, and capering for the duration. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this spell. A dancing creature must use all its movement to dance without leaving its space and has disadvantage on dexterity or dexterity saving throws and attack rolls while the target is affected by this spell. The other creatures have advantage on attack rolls against it, As an action, a dancing creature makes a wisdom saving throw to regain control of itself. On a successful save, the spell ends.
Okay, and so what? Wisdom saving throw, charisma saving throw.
It says wisdom, and this is where I'm hung up on it a little bit, like because it just says that it just starts dancing. So I don't know if like the saving throw, like it just starts to dance, and then on its turn it can have the opportunity to do the wisdom saving throw, or if it's a wisdom to actually save like right off the bat.
You know, I might have to look that spell up real quick.
What's the spell called?
It is Otto's irresistible dance. There is
You know,
like a
I think you're right. The way you interpreted it, you're right. You know, so you kind of just give a shrum on this instrument of yours, and focus this the power of this instrument towards this undead knight. And what starts as like a light head bob and a foot tap kind of begins starting to break out into like an all-out jig. This guy is just kicking his feet irresistibly slow, and is doing quite a good job at like this tap dance jig situation.
And Blade will kind of be sitting there like bobbing his head like, yeah, you got it, buddy, you're doing it, and then try to get out of its way. I know that'll still incur an attack of opportunity, but try to just get the fuck out of there, although he will have disadvantage, I think.
Okay, yeah. Attack of opportunity coming your way with disadvantage. It's still a 14 plus 11. Comes out to 25.
Oh shit balls. Yeah, that's still it.
You take 10 slashing damage from this sword. And I'm going to roll this other one in chat because I don't have a bunch of d4s in front of me. You take an additional 7 necrotic damage from the blade as he cuts across you.
Okay, perfect. Well, not perfect, but I'll take it.
That being said, Gladier, you're up. You're next. You also might be muted, Gladier.
Sorry. Yeah, I was. Shit, these guys are fucking nasty. I think I might have to use something I wasn't thinking about using yet. Okay. Can I use a bonus action to take a potion, not a healing potion, like a potion, like an effect
For
potion?
sure, yeah. What potion are you chugging?
I'm gonna take that potion of speed.
All right,
Is
excellent.
there
Yeah, as you kind of chug the potion, you know, your insides churn and become warm, and suddenly the world is just, you know, so much slower than it was before.
All right. So until the spell ends, my movement speed is doubled. I have a +2 to AC, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and I get an additional action on each of my turns. That action can be used only to take the attack action, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object. So I'm going to. That was my bonus action. First action, I'm gonna try and hit this guy in front of me again.
All
So I
right.
get one attack action, but 2 attacks for that extra attack.
All right, let him have it. Let's see some attack rolls.
The first one is a dirty 20.
That hits. Finds purchase.
Okay, so that I still have the Thunderous Smite, which adds an extra 2d6 thunder damage, and he has to make a strength saving throw of 15. So he's going to take a d8 plus 5, so that's 7 slashing damage plus 9 thunder damage, and a strength saving throw of 15, or else he gets pushed 10 feet away and prone.
So he makes his save, 19 total. But how much damage was that?
It was 7 slashing and 9 thunder damage for the first attack. I take another swipe at him.
There's a thunderous boom kind of cracks off as you strike the armor. Give me another attack roll.
Oh, that's good. That's a 17 on the die plus 8 for 25.
Hits.
Okay. I'm going to pump a Divine Smite into this as well, just to burn a first level spell slot. So, is he undead?
He is undead.
Okay, so that's an extra. Where's my Divine Smite? I think it's an extra d8. Yeah, 2d8 radiant damage and 1 extra d8 if their fiend are undead. So that's a total of 4d8 damage. 3 of those is radiant. So it's 5 plus 5, so 10 slashing damage, and then 3, 4 is 7, plus 3 is 10. So 10 slashing damage and 10 radiant damage on the second attack.
All right, yeah. Another boom of energy as you kind of another strike lands true.
Okay. How's he looking?
Go ahead and give me. We'll call it an insight check.
Just did like 30 damage on him. That's only a 12.
Doesn't seem to be affected either way. Still standing strong. Still looks like he's ready to murder you.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna burn my second action with haste, or I could disengage. No, I'm not gonna disengage. I'm gonna kind of roll around him, kind of just move around, so I'm kind of close, like closer to the like next to the chest. So I'm kind of like putting myself between him and that platinum treasure chest, or whatever material it is, the treasure chest.
Yeah, you can maneuver around to where you're kind of like in front of it, and yeah, you maneuver around to be on the other side without incurring any attacks of opportunity.
And then my second action, I'm going to um no, it's just spells. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on um fuck. I'm sorry.
You're all good. I'm slowly
Um,
trying to plot your death around what's happening here.
Shield of Faith on Renwick. So Renwick, you get a +2 to AC.
Me? You're so wonderful. How long does that last? Is it just like rounds?
It's concentration. So I got to hold concentration on it for one, but it's up to 10 minutes.
Oh,
I want
shit. Cool. Thanks, pal.
to keep concentration. And that is, I believe, my turn. Yeah, 2 actions, bonus action, a little bit of movement.
All right, moving on down. Locris from across the room. What you're viewing all this go down? What do you do from here? You might be muted as well.
Oh, while we wait for Locris to come back, everybody, how are we feeling about this fight? These things are pretty nasty.
I don't know what's going on. My computer mic stopped working. Can you hear me now?
Oh, for sure.
Loud and clear, buddy.
Okay. So not wanting to tangle with these 2 knights because they seem to be hurting people. I'm going to bust out the chime of opening and aim it at the chest. To pop the chest open, or at least unlock it as an action. I say, just get what the hell's in there and let's get out of here.
Okay, as you ring the chime of opening, do you have the language of the item, the spell?
1 second, and I will.
Awesome.
Okay. Strike it as an action, pointing it at an object within 100 to 200 feet of you that could be opened, such as a door, lid, or lock. The chime issues a clear tone, and one lock or latch on the object open unless the sound can't reach the object. And that's it, really.
Okay, yeah. You notice that there is a keyhole in this chest, and there also seems to be a padlocked latch type of situation. But striking the chime of opening seems to have popped the padlocked latch lock. However, there does appear to be one more.
Okay. Well, that just ends my turn because there's really nothing else I could do. So I did something.
All right. Let's see here. So we'll go to the first knight here. Kind of still dancing in place. Looks to be doing a very, very merry jig. But upon Locris fucking with the chest, his attention drifts from Blade, who he is in combat with, and he reaches a bony hand out to you and seems to out to Locris and seems to grasp at something that nobody can really see. Locris, go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw.
Well, there's definitely worse things that could have been. All right. 15 plus 8 for 23.
As this creature kind of holds its hand out to you, you feel like your very being becomes like almost ethereal for a moment, like as if somewhere on another plane of existence you are being pulled, and you manage to sustain yourself and fight it off. It does not seem whatever spell he cast upon you does not seem to take hold.
I'm like a cockroach. I don't go away that easily.
With that, the Death Knight that was currently in combat with Gladier. Let's see here. Sorry. Let me look up this one thing real quick. Okay. This warrior in front of Gladier cocks back and begins slicing and dicing, if you will, making his way towards Gladier with violence intended. Looking like 23 to hit on the first attack, a 24 to hit on the second attack, and a 29 to hit on the third attack. I assume those all hit, even with your boost in AC there, Gladier.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was muted. Yep. Yeah, my AC is 21, so yep.
What was the I'm sorry, what was the lower one?
23.
Can Blade lash out some cutting words?
Absolutely, give it a shot.
Why don't you try a little bit harder, skeleton boy? And oh shit. 4 off of that.
It's just enough to divert the blow ever so slightly, but it finds purchase on Gladier's shield rather than in his flesh.
Okay, so 2 hit instead of 3.
Correct. So,
Thanks, Blade.
Have fun with it.
the first attack, let's see here, where's my d10s at? You're looking at 12 slashing damage as he cuts across your chest, followed by an additional 11 necrotic damage from the first attack. The second attack, Blade manages to help get your shield in the way with a last minute, inspiration, if you will, anti-inspiration, I guess. And then the third attack does find purchase as well. And this third attack, let's see here, you take 9 slashing damage. And an additional 10 necrotic damage. After this knight cleaves into you once and then a second time, Gladier, spilling blood as well everywhere as he kind of rips his blade out of you. You hear up close, he's chanting something in some language you don't understand, and suddenly the blade in his hand begins to smoke. A black, thick, viscous smoke kind of wafts off his blade as he positions himself to do battle with you more.
Okay.
That being said, moving on to the top. Renwick, you're up.
Okay, so
Okay, go ahead.
just to be sure. I'm resistant to slashing damage. It's my cloak. So that is the first was 12, so that's round down to 6. Then the second slashing damage was 9, round down to 4 or 5.
We'll round down. Say 4.
Okay, so that's 10 slashing total and 21 necrotic total. So for 31 damage total. Does my Trying to remember if Steadfast does magical damage. Nope. Not that. Okay, gotcha. All right, I'm good.
All right,
All right,
Renwick, you are up. Top of the round.
I'd like to use my movement and my bonus action to dash to get to the chest and use my action to pick the lock.
All right, give me a sleight of hand check.
22.
And with that, you the tumblers fall your way, and you successfully pick this lock.
And then he looks over at Logus and he says, "It's all yours, pal. We got to get the fuck out of here." Gives him a wink and then gets in like a runner stance, like he's about to fucking Naruto run across the room.
All right, prepping to take off. Moving on down from there, Logos, you're up.
Logus will take his movement all the way to the chest, which I think should be about what? I think 20 feet away.
It's about 30, but you got the movement to make it.
I'm going to use my action to open the chest and grab whatever's in there.
Okay, yeah, you kind of run up kind of behind Renwick, over his side, standing over him since he's short, and you throw open this chest. As you look inside, there looks to be like an embroidered silk and velvet mantle set with numerous moonstones, a golden music box, and a jeweled gold crown. And nothing else. That's it.
Logus will just grab it all, throw it in his backpack, or in his backpack with his action, and then just move whatever movement he has left towards the door. I have 45 feet total, so if it's 30, I have 15 feet. So he'll just move that 15 feet towards the door.
Okay, great. Moving on down, Blade. That puts you up.
Oh shit. I guess. Well, I guess from the last time when I was moving away from the guy and still got walloped, I would have gone, I think, south, like my full movement.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. I forgot to move you in the last pick.
No,
Okay.
it's
for
all
sure.
good.
Yeah. So you're about 30 feet away.
I guess Blade is going to. So what I guess if I went 30 feet, uh, I guess I would want to move up to where I would be. Let me just make sure I have my spell distance. Actually, no, I don't even have to worry about that. So from where I am, I'm going to kind of look at that other skeleton or the other kind of armored skeleton boy near kind of that's in the fray with Gladier and Renwick, and uh, with my concertina once again kind of pulling and pushing it, and you kind of see like this like um actually really don't see anything, but you just kind of I can imagine Blade just going staring at the skeleton and just being like not saying anything, but it's just you're just hearing run. And I'm just going to cast dissonant whispers on it.
All right. And what do you need from me?
That is going to be a wisdom saving throw.
All right. Okay, coming up. You're looking at. Oh, that's pretty shitty. An 11? No, yeah, 12. 12 total.
So on a failed save, it takes. I'm casting this at. This is. Let me just make sure what level. It's going to be 3d6. I'm just casting it at first level. So it's going to be taking 3d6 psychic damage. First of all, so that's 2, 4 for 6, and 3 for 9 points of psychic damage, and um, and must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from you.
Okay, yeah, and it does so. It slowly begins backing away from Gladier, using its reaction to move. Gladier, this would give you an attack of opportunity if you'd like. Also,
Absolutely.
what was those d6s? What was the damage on that there, Blade?
Total of 9 psychic damage.
Very nice. And Gladier, attack of opportunity?
Shit you not, that's a natural 20.
Very nice.
Since a D8 plus 5 or D8 nice. That's an 8 on the fucking D8 too. So that's 16 plus 5 for 21 damage.
Very nice. You just blast to this dude as he kind of slowly backs away from Blade.
And I don't want to really get too far away from these guys, so I think I'm going to stay put for the moment. Actually, you know what? No, disregard that. I'm going to actually move in a little bit. I'm going to go maybe like 10 feet in and another like 10 feet south.
So 10 feet towards the knights and then 10 feet south?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure here. Perfect.
Nope,
All right.
nope, perfect.
Okay, moving on down from Blade. Gladier, you're up.
Okay. So we got one guy between us and the door, one guy on me. Actually, no, that guy just moved. How far away did he move from us? Or from me in general?
He took off 30 feet or so. Here, I'll drop a new pick in the feed. But yeah, he moved his movement, so 30 feet.
All right. Can I turn and just like kind of double check to make sure that like Renwick got everything out of the chest and like he's done in there?
Yeah, sure, Gladier. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Jesus, it's a 5.
You for sure turn to Renwick, expecting him to have like arms full of goods, and he doesn't.
Okay. Well, he's not gonna ditch Renwick without knowing that we're done. Um, I'm gonna move up. Oh shit! Actually, I have to roll a con save for. Well, I'm not gonna make that because I took 31 points of damage. So there's no way
Yeah,
I'm making it.
what is that, like a con check of what, 31 or something?
Yeah, it's.
What
It's
was
the
it, 31
damage.
in one hit or altogether? Because it's
No,
each attack, each hit gets a con check. So it's for one attack damage.
it was 12 slashing reduced to 6 plus 11 necrotic. So the first
So
hit was
17, which half of that is an 8, so you'd have to roll a 10.
Okay.
Yeah, so a couple of concentration checks. You're just aiming for a 10 or higher.
Yeah, well, that's a 10 on the die for the first one. So that meets. And then the second one was I think it was 9 slashing damage reduced to 4 plus I think like 12 necrotic or something like that.
That's
So like
8.
16.
So 10 again.
Okay. That's another 10.
Perfect.
4 on the die plus 6 con for 10 total.
And you maintain concentration.
Okay. So Renwick still has a +2 to AC. So yeah, I'm gonna move over 5 feet past Locris, closer to the door. So just 5, 10, 15, just 20 feet to the left.
Okay, as you kind of make your way towards the door. Anything else?
Fuck it, I got 2 actions to burn. I'm actually gonna move up between Locris and that knight, the undead skeletal bitch face.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm going to, yeah, I'll just burn my 2 actions to try and swing at that guy. Maybe just cause enough of a distraction to let my friends get the fuck out.
Okay, yeah. Give me some attack rolls.
First attack is a 19 on the die for a 27 to hit.
That hits.
Alright. That's. I'm just gonna roll to see if I hit twice for the first attack. Because I get 2 attacks. That's a 16 on the die. So second attack for my first action does not hit. So first damage is d8 plus 5. That's a 4. So 9 slashing damage for the first attack. Yeah, I'm gonna burn my second action to do another attack. Did I notice? Can I like kind of retcon? Would I have noticed if my divine smite that I did on my last turn, did it look like the radiant damage did like affected them a little more?
Yeah, but not like it was doing extra damage, but radiant damage does affect undead, have a profound effect on undead that seem to be reacting.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna take burn my second action to do another 2 attacks.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me some attack rolls.
That is a 23 for the first attack,
That hits.
and then a 14 for the second attack. So only 1 hit again. But I'm gonna do another divine smite in this one. I'm actually gonna do a second level spell slot. So this is 3d8 radiant plus an additional 1d8 because they're undead.
All
So
right.
it's gonna be 1d8 slashing plus 5, so that's 11 slashing damage, and then 4d8 radiant is 6, 6 for 12, plus 7 is 19, plus another 7 is 26. So 11 slashing, 26 radiant damage for the second attack.
Yeah, as you just a flurry of blows just erupts out of you, and you just strike and strike and strike again. And, some missing, some hitting, and when they do, an explosion of radiant energy just kind of erupts out of your blade.
And then I'm just going to stay right there because I still have the. I got some feat. What is it again? The shield guy thing. Thought. Never mind. But yeah, I'm just gonna stay there. That's my turn. Wait, no, I still have a bonus action. Potion. I'm gonna take a healing potion.
Okay, yeah, roll that out.
Yeah, and then that's my turn.
Moving on down from Gladier, Locris, you are up, watching all this go down from the corner of the room.
I see everything Logus does, and he knows it. I get the fuck out of that room.
Okay, yeah. Let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 feet of movement can get you right to the doorway, unless you want to use your standard action to dash and put a little more on that.
Yep, I'm gonna use my action, so I'm outside the doorway.
Okay, you only have about 5 feet to get outside the doorway. Is there a particular direction you want to go, or anything you need to do on the other side?
Just kind of out, and to where I'm not in the doorway, so anybody else could get through, but so I could keep an eye on what's going on and help whenever I need to.
Okay, yeah, sounds good to me. As Locris books it out of the room, coming on down, that is the knights. So, Knight 1, currently engaged with Gladier. He is going to take. Nope, he can't. He's actually doing quite a little bit of a dance. Still kicking his feet and doing a bit of a jig. Looks to be quite, merry, at least from the waist down. However, from the waist up, a very angry-looking knight, undead knight. Let me roll with disadvantage here. Both 15s. Comes out to a 26 to hit Gladier. A 6 and
Yep.
a 6. Well, back-to-back 15s, back-to-back 6s. 6 becomes a plus 11, so 17. Does a 17 hit Gladier?
17 misses.
All right, and then last one, 19 becomes a 30. So, yeah. So I assume 30 hits.
Miss. No, that hits.
All right, so the first attack, you take 9 slashing damage, followed by, let's see here, 11 necrotic damage. You can half that 9 to 4. The next attack that hits is 12 slashing damage. And I'll roll that necrotic in chat. With an additional 11 necrotic behind that. This, though not able to move, still kind of dancing, doing a jig. Even with disadvantage, this knight proves to be quite formidable as he's hacking and slashing at Gladier, and he does find purchase on more than one occasion.
And I did. I just rolled my con checks, and I succeeded both. So Renwick still has his +2 AC.
Okay, perfect. Well, he's probably going to need it. The other knight takes a couple steps towards the Gladier and Logus type of situation. And once again, from the other knight this time, a magic ball of fire seems to just be in his hand. And as he looks towards the party, The ball flies from his hand and crashes into the ground between Renwick and Logos, with Gladier nearby. I need Logos, Renwick, and Gladier all to give me dexterity saving throws.
Who's within 10 feet of me?
Logos
Whoever.
is, but Renwick is not.
Okay, Logos, you get a +3 to your dex save.
Oh, thank you. I have 24 on the die plus 3, 27 dex save.
I'm pretty sure I'm going down on this, even if I succeed.
I've got
What
a
Skeleton
17.
is this?
Okay, so let me. 17 fails, 11 fails. I think is that what you said, Gladier?
I got a 17 as well.
Okay, both of those fail. And Logos, what was yours?
27.
Okay, so you kind of gauging what happened last time. You definitely passed the save, only taking half. But once again, this magic little ball just kind of erupts in an explosion of fire. And not only fire, but there seems to be this black shadow like flame accompanying it. And the screams and tormented souls from the abyss can briefly be heard as this explosion of dark, fiery energy kind of comes around. So that's 40
God.
fire damage.
I'm sorry. Am I within 60 feet of this?
Yes, you are.
Can I counterspell it?
Let's see here. I don't. It is a spell-like ability. It is not a spell.
Oh, okay. All right.
I do take half damage, even though I failed because of evasion. So that's cool.
So
Is that extra 30 something?
yes, 40 of fire damage from this explosion, followed by an additional 30 necrotic damage as this the shadows of the room seem to strike out at you briefly during this explosion. And as the dust settles, yeah, that's a total of 70 points of damage there.
Okay, well, I'm resistant. I mean, I'm down either way, but I'm resistant to fire damage, so that's only 20 points to me, and then 30 necrotic. So I'm 41 under max. So I'm not dead, but I'm unconscious.
Gladier collapses from this last explosion, and he is unconscious on the floor. That being said, moves to the top of the round. Renwick, you are up.
How far am I from Gladier?
You're about 20 feet away.
Okay. I'm going to use 20 feet of movement to get to him. I'm going to use my action to administer a potion of greater healing.
Okay, yeah.
Which is 4d4 plus 4, I think.
Well, if he uses an action, does he get the full effects?
Yeah.
Only if I'm the one drinking it, or is it a full administer on another person? How do we rule
That's
that?
kind of gray, but I'd say if you're willing to burn your whole standard action to make sure that he consumes it all, you can give him the full benefits.
Oh, okay. In that case, take 20 points of healing. I will use 5 feet to start heading toward the door, and then I will bonus action dash for an additional 25 feet just straight toward the door. So, like, run over, pop a potion, cram it down his throat, and just book it toward the door.
Okay, yeah, you take off, peeling off towards the door, and you're within a step of being out of it. That being said, moving on down from Renwick, Logos, you're up.
Oh shit. How far away am I from the door right now?
About 50 feet from the entrance.
Okay. Um, I am going to, since I'm right next to Gladier, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna cram that. Use my action to cram that potion of greater healing they gave us. Um, use the entire action to give them the full benefits, and I'm gonna use my full 45 feet to get to the door, and I'm gonna use my bonus action to healing word Gladier.
Okay, yeah, roll that out. What's the word?
Get up, you big bastard! I know it's more than a word, but and he gets 6 points, buddy.
So that's another because he forced the extra greater healing down my throat and then a healing word. So is that another 26 total
Yeah,
healing?
so you should be at 46 right now.
Hey, thank you guys. You guys are so sweet.
Yeah, we're all at the door, so you're about to get walloped. So you might. And that's action, bonus action, movement.
All right,
And
moving
that
on
should be like
down.
right inside the door, right?
Yep, you were one step in front of Renwick, right at the door.
I'm just gonna like be position myself at the door, just like ready to close it once everyone gets through. Just looking back at Gladier, waiting on him.
Okay, yeah, ready in action to slam that door. So we're moving on down from Gladier. That is Locris, kind of outside looking in at this point. So what do you do?
Okay. So I am going to, seeing everything that went down, I am going to rush in my full 30 feet, and I'm going to hold my action. Would that get me within 15 feet of Gladier?
Yep, you're one square away, so you're about 5 feet away.
All right, I'm going to rush in, and then I'm going to hold my action and say, "Get over here, damn gecko!" And as soon as Glader gets to me, I'm going to dimension door outside the room.
Ooh, all right. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay, yeah. As you kind of run in there and make some demands of Gladier. That rolls over to the first Death Knight, who just happens to be standing over Gladier. Normally, he'd have disadvantage due to the bit of a dance this knight seems to be hustling and jostling about in his death armor. Pretty joyful for a death knight, but you being prone on the ground cancels out. So, oh, you lucky bastard! My first roll is a nat one. My next, however, comes out to a 26, and the last one a 16.
26 hits, 16 does not.
So let's see. Roll this. Comes out to 10 slashing damage. Man, I'm killing it on my D10 tonight. It's
Alright.
fucking good. All right, and an additional 8 necrotic damage as a couple of blows just kind of land near your head. Don't find purchase, but one slips past your shield and gashes your chest as you're kind of laying on the ground.
Okay.
the other knight, the one who had hurled the hellfire ball, turns his attention from Gladier to Blade. He takes 2 steps forward and unleashes a torrent of attacks at Blade. Fuck, that's another nat 1. That's some bullshit. Alright, this one comes out to be 18 to hit, and another 21. So an 18 and a 21 to hit, Blade.
Both of those hit.
Okay, so the first attack there will come out
Hey,
to
Sean,
8.
did you miss some turns there?
Did I?
Because why would Glader still be on the ground if the Hellfire Orb knocked him out and Renwick, who was up first, gave him potion? I assumed he would have stood up on his
Oh
turn.
shit! You know what? I totally skipped Gladier. I don't know why I took him like out of
I
initiative
think
for a
you
bit.
skipped. I think you skipped Blade too, because the Death Knights went last, and Blade hasn't gone.
You know what? I'll retcon all that real quick.
He just wants to kill people.
I know, I'm getting a little trigger happy over here. My little marker for the
Lust in his
initiative.
eyes.
I have this little marker for my initiative. I must have bumped it because it was moved on past Locris to the Death Knights or whatever. Okay, so Blade official as you're next in the initiative.
I'll keep it simple. I pretty much just wanted to get the fuck out of there. So if I could just move my 30 feet maybe back, maybe like towards the west there, and then I'm going to use a my bonus action to Misty Step up north another, I think, 30 feet.
And you're aiming for out of the door, correct?
Yes, that is the end game goal.
Okay, yeah. You with the extra misty step, you can find yourself just outside the doorway easily enough.
And yeah, that'll be it for me.
Okay, Gladier, you're up. Laying prone next to this Death Knight.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave this up to your discretion. So the potion of speed says when you drink the potion, you gain the effect of the haste spell for 1 minute. No concentration required. Does that mean even if I go unconscious, if I come back, do I still have the effect because no concentration is required? Or do I lose that effect because I technically died and then came back?
I'm gonna say going unconscious makes the effects of the potion null and void.
Okay, fair enough. All right. In that case, I'm gonna say fuck all this shit. I'm gonna use my action to disengage, and then I'm just gonna like army crawl and then just grab Locris by the forearm and be like, "Get me the fuck out of here!"
Yeah, as kind of Locris kind of comes to your aid and you crawl across the floor. Locris kind of grabs you up and using his cloak teleports you and himself out of the room, and which triggers then Logos, who had held the door for such the exact thing to kind of go down, and Logos slams the door shut behind you with a loud audible click of the locking mechanism finding its place. And even from on the other side of this stone door, you can hear the wails and the crying and the beating of swords and knuckles on the other side of the door for a short time. but for the moment, you guys find yourself in a long, dusty hallway, catching your breath.
I feel like as soon as I slammed the door, Logan sort of just fell on the floor, panting and breathing hard, all fucked up.
Yeah, Glader is still just like he just kind of rolled over onto his back. I assume like even though he dimension doored with Locris, he's still kind of in the same position. He just kind of rolls over and just starts just borderline hyperventilating, breathing, just deep, almost sobbing breath, just like, oh my fucking god.
I feel like Renwick's on one knee, leaning on the pommel of his rapier, and just kind of like heavy breathing and like pretty fucking battered. And then like the breathing slowly turns into like a light chuckle, and he's just like, "Oh, we fucking did it, boys! I can't
Well,
believe
that
that
wasn't
fucking
so bad.
worked."
I mean, that wasn't that bad.
Well, I mean, we almost lost the lizard, and like a couple of us are pretty fucked up, but we got all the stuff.
I'm going to pull out the potion of supreme healing or superior healing and give it to Gladier. Drink up, Buttercup.
You know, that's the
I,
first time I felt like we weren't invincible after all.
Oh
That was
god.
kind of a wake up
that was
call.
definitely a reality check. If I'm being honest, before we go popping potions, we might want to consider a short rest and roll some hit die because we're gonna burn through our resources pretty quickly. I'm down to about 5 potions, and they're just standards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I can take care of that. And Logos would just take out his rope and throw it in the air and cast rope trick to create his magical hole. He doesn't even
And
say anything, just climbs up the rope and disappears.
Renwick will follow you into your own hole.
Yeah, Glader would stand up and hand the potion back to Locris, and I really appreciate it, but yeah, I think it'd be best if we save this for dire situations. If we have the chance to rest and heal up that way, maybe you should save this for later.
Alrighty then.
But
Yeah,
trust me, the act of kindness is not lost on me. I appreciate it.
as soon as everyone's up, Logos will pull the rope up so the hole it becomes invisible in the ceiling, and there's no like indication that there's up here because I pulled the rope into the space with us. Um, and so now we're just in this pocket dimension safe. Uh, 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 yeah, you owe me a healing potion, Gladier, and just kind of like nuzzle him, like push him a little bit because we're all just kind of nervous. He almost died.
Yeah, no, actually, about that, I mean, I'm pretty stoked up, so he kind of starts rustling around in his knapsack and pulls out 4 standard healing potions. I think you guys use some really, really nice ones. I don't have a whole lot of those, but I got some of these standards. So why don't you guys take these? Because I mean, they can definitely prove useful. So and then he's just gonna hand 2 standard healing potions to Renwick and to Logus to use their greater healing potions on him. I
Oh, buddy.
really appreciate you guys' help.
Man, we're at this point we're fucking family, man. I couldn't just leave you there to die. And you sure don't hold on to these, man. You're always up in the front. I still have about 5 or 6 potions in myself of standard healing. So if you need
Renwick
them,
is just his potions in his stock.
Renwick says nothing, just pockets them.
While they're resting, I want to take a look at the stuff from the chest
oh
since
yeah.
I didn't
While
get hit.
he's up there, Logos will. I didn't really get a chance to see what I grabbed. I just reached in and scooped everything up, and he'll take everything out of his backpack.
and lay it on the floor for everyone to see.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of take the items you snatched out of the chest and lay them out, the first item is an embroidered silk and velvet mantle set with numerous moonstones kind of etched and engraved into it. The other item is a golden music box with some intricate, carvings and statues kind of on them. And the third item is a jeweled gold crown.
I'd be able to do an Arcana check on any of these.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
17.
As you kind of weigh these items and look them over, there's not anything too remarkable about them. The embroidered mantle set looks to be worth a hefty sum, roughly 2,500 gold pieces. The golden music box, a similar, would fetch a similar price tag. But the jeweled gold crown is quite the hefty find and quite the craftsmanship. You estimate its value to be north of 7,000 gold pieces.
Well, we almost killed Glader for about 12,000 gold, but that's it.
Glader just still laying down, just throws a thumbs up in the air. Worth it.
Yeah, we could buy a new boat with that money.
So there's really nothing magical in there. It's just about 12,000 worth of loot. I mean, like that's still a sweet pot. Just places like this, kind of surprising. There's not some sort of magic. Kind of figured something be cursed.
Well, I mean, you can put it on and see if it's cursed. It's just not telling me anything. But usually, if it is cursed, it's not going to scream out.
I put the crown on. Kidding. Don't actually.
Oh man, no.
It does seem a little wild that those things would have fought so hard and to protect these things, and they're just mundane, albeit valuable artifacts, but it's kind of a
That's
anticlimactic.
that's based on the assumption that those things have that. If they're just programmed basically to defend the king's stuff, unless it's the king, you could put anything in there, including the toilet paper he last used to wipe his ass with, and they would fight to the death.
Can you imagine looting that?
That would be disturbing. One, because it would suck to go through all that for shitty TP. And two, that somebody took the time to save shitty TP.
When we're powerful enough to leave artifacts in temples for low-level adventures like we once were, I'm gonna leave some shitty TP in a chest in a temple somewhere.
Sounds good.
Does Logus wants to look at the crown? Does he feel like any whispers, or is he like pulling him towards it or something, or is it just a regular crown?
Go ahead and give me, we'll call it a knowledge history or an insight check.
I will take insight, and I rolled a 17 plus 7 for 24.
Logos, it is a truly beautiful crown, but unfortunately, that's about all of the properties it contains.
Logus says, I don't think those things would have just. You know what? I'm gonna put the crown on, see what happens, and just kind of put it on to freak everyone out.
Go ahead and give me a constant. No, I'm just kidding. You're good. It just looks stunning.
Oh, it looks fabulous, but I mean, I don't hear any whispers or anything, so I don't think it's Kurt, unless it's already sunk its teeth into me and I don't know it. And Logus would just like kind of lay down because he is true that he took a hefty toll from that one damn move that thing did.
Yeah, as you guys kind of post up in Logos's hole and kind of, lick your wounds, take your a short rest. Go ahead and roll out any hit die you guys want to recover and all that.
With Song of Rest, do we get an extra d6 once, or is it per hit die we roll?
Oh,
I
shit.
believe
That's a
it's
blind question. I don't know.
I think it's just one extra on top of whatever you
Okay.
roll.
It's just per short rest, though. So, like, if we short rest again, there's an additional d6.
Right.
Okay. That's
Right.
cool.
Roll another d6. Yeah, that brings me up to full. Nice. I needed 4 and I rolled a 4. Gets me up to full. I used 6 of my 8 hit dice.
Oh yeah, keep track of the hit dice you use too, guys. Because you
Yeah.
can only use so many between a long rest or whatever.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got 2 left if we take another short rest. I had to use a metric fuck ton to get back up to full.
yeah, I had to use 5 to get back to full. That damn orb or whatever fucked me up, man. It did 70, but I thank God I passed. But still, half was. Logus is not very tanky.
Yeah, no, I'm tanking. I still got fucked. Yeah, fuck those CR17, Sean.
Yeah, I just put them in there. You were never supposed to win. Okay, they were just there to be an obstacle.
It's a good thing that we just decided. Like, I don't even know why, but mid fight we were like, "Yeah, we need to get the fuck out of here."
We're not gonna win.
I
Well, those
believe it or
death
not,
orbs and
I even dulled them down. They were supposed to be doing so much more necrotic damage between every blade strike.
I think I did like. I mean, it was split between 2 of the guys, but I did like a total. I think somewhere along the lines of like 70 damage between 2 of them, and you're like, no, they're fine. And that's when I was like, okay, this is not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it was you guys put it on one of them. I mean, you got him to roughly a little more than halfway. You probably would have won the fight if you guys stuck it out, but it would have been rough. Somebody would have died. But speaking of, while you guys are all kind of hiding in Logos's hole and recuperating, licking your wounds, I think now is probably a good spot to stop our session, fellas.
Oh my god.
Yowzers.
we avoid 2 fights. Calm down. Oh, mimics. Oh, yeah, that's not going to be it. Gargoyles. Oh, that won't be worth it. All right, here. How about some CR17? Oh, yeah, sure. That sounds fun.
We're a sucker for the treasure, though. We probably would have fought the other 2 if there was something in there worth it. We saw a shiny platinum chest. We're like, fuck yeah, we don't even know what these things are. We'll fight them.
And then we almost fucking die.
Who's we? Only you almost died.
So, Renwick, tell me the truth. That you nailed that riddle so fast. Have you already previously heard that riddle before, or maybe recently? Because you pulled the answer down so quick.
No, dude, I genuinely hadn't, but I was sitting there and I was just high enough that when you started saying it, I was like, forest but no trees. And then like I literally was picturing like the last thing I've been like looking at was dealing with maps and shit on Starfield. And for some reason my brain connected and I was like, huh. And then I like zoomed out in my head and I was like, oh shit. And then when you continued with the second line, I was like, oh my God, that might actually be a thing. And then the third hit and I was like, it's fucking map. It's got to be a map. Like, what else could that be? I
Yeah,
was
I had the
stoked
same
because I
thought
fucking
too.
never get riddles. I
I had
never
the
fucking
same.
get riddles.
I had the same thing. I was about to because once you finish reading it, I had already gotten it because of I just figured from the map thing and then the gladiators doing it, it just kind of clicked. And I was already typing it out in our little group chat, and then Renwick just blurts it out. I'm like, wait, what? Let's talk and make sure before.
That's funny. Yeah, I used Chat GPT to write that riddle for me, so I didn't know if they had stolen it from some other media. Like, fuck, he got that so quick. But no, 10 points, man. Like, yeah, some AI created that for me.
Nice. No, the moment he said it, because I was like thinking about, it, I was like, okay, like I started to go through like the process of like thinking through riddles, like you take one line at a time and try and find like some common denominator, and then he just said maps, and I was like, fuck, it is maps. It's like,
Yeah, that was well played. That very, very witty. I thought you guys would probably get it, but damn, that was quicker, way quicker than I thought.
Yeah, Chat GPT stole it from websites because I just did map riddles, and the first one that came up has I have cities but no houses, I have mountains but no trees, I have water but no fish.
oh yeah,
Fucking
And then
AI.
Yeah, it had to be pretty close. Yeah.
no, dude, I love riddles. Like I'm not the best at riddles, but like they're so much fun to try and figure out.
I'm fucking
oh,
awful at them. I'm good with like math puzzles and like crosswords, and that's about it.
So one of my favorite like parts of like any book I've ever read is Riddles in the Dark from The Hobbit. Just that whole scene.
Oh, dude, I love that scene. I feel you on
Yeah,
that shit.
yeah. Bilbo and Gollum doing that little riddle showdown is just fucking great.
Oh yeah, those riddles are fucking top notch too. Especially if you read the
Man.
book, like the ones that they don't use in the movie should have been
Yeah.
put in the movie. They were good.
Mhm.
but he did cheat with that whole "what's in my pocket."
I mean, yeah, it is a cheat. Technically speaking, it's kind of sort of a riddle, but it's definitely a
It's not.
it's more cheating than a riddle.
Smeagol got robbed.
He did. I mean, literally and figuratively.
He got what he wanted in the end.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did get the ring in the end. He just kind of died with it.
Spoilers.
It's a little late. Like,
Wait, what the fuck?
anyways, guys, a pleasure as always. Keep in touch, and we'll do this crazy thing again next week. See if I can actually kill a couple more of you. That'd be perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
solid
we-
night, boys. I'm proud of us for not being murder hobos for once. We've actually been playing this very tactically. We've come a long way.
Yeah, I'm
I think
impressed.
it's
I'm impressed.
I think it's the heist things that have like put us on the like, okay, maybe we don't just run in guns blazing every time.
Definitely.
For sure, fellas. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. You guys have a good one. See you in a
All right,
week.
see you later.
All right, guys.
Later,
All right,
later,
bye.
guys.